Seeing is my game. Oh, 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 oh yeah. Dun 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 dun. Baby, baby. Bam, 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 bam. Ooh yeah. Persona. Alright. Hello. It's me. I've got a glass of water for this one. Because this one is Okabe's. And if you watch the first one, you know that that involves screaming. Hello, Bradley. You won't believe what I did. I broke a glass. I was getting water because I knew I'd have to look after my voice for this storyline, and I did break a glass. Oops. Fortunately, it wasn't the Monty Python one. Yeah, the stream would have been half an hour earlier, but I was cleaning that up. But anyway, here we are. The usual discomfort. The usual unpleasantness washes over me. I groan instinctively. I return the cell phone held tightly in my right hand back to my pocket and rub my temples with my left hand. Where am I? I mutter to myself as I look around. Oh, you're evidently in the lab. The lab. It's the lab. Right. The usual scenery in the room with me. The usual. But what is the usual? How do I know such a thing? My memories are muddy and unclear. Everything seems so hazy. My thoughts elusive. Atop the table in the development room is the usual X68000 and old-looking CRT monitor. The monitor is powered off. I slowly move in front of it and peek into the depths of the black screen. Who are you? I ask, my face reflecting off the monitor. I am Okabe Rintaro, someone said. The person who said it was me, of course. But I can't shake this odd discomfort. The face that I see in the reflection doesn't feel like it's my own. Right. That is uncalled for. Don't make me have to change that back myself, Mr. Cheeky. I mean, it's my reflection. It's undoubtedly my face. I understand it in my head, but for some reason, who are you? You did, right. I'm now gonna have to type this out myself, and you're gonna have a very grumpy streamer now who had to change back his own fucking title. Shaking my head. I ask once again to be sure. I received the following response. Wrong. I am not Rintaro Okabe. The voice flowed out of my mouth naturally, as if someone is controlling me. My true name is Hoin Kiyoma! My loud maniacal laughter made the knot inside my chest swiftly melt away. The usual dignified velvet voice felt natural to my ears. Yes, as usual, nothing has changed. This is the Future Gadget Laboratory, aka the Lab, and I am Okabe Rintaro, aka Hoin Kiyoma. Reality as usual, a theorem that needs no proof. I pulled my cell phone out of my pocket and put it to my right ear. It's me. I sustained a powerful shockwave attack from the organization, but I'm okay. I managed to reflect it. Please, it's hardly worth your concern. It's nothing compared to the brainwashing weapons of the apocalypse of Gallia. No need to worry. No problems here. Yes. Understood. Il sei congru. Really? Are there really no problems? I once again look around the room. No idea what world line we're in. Oh yeah, we're in 4% divergence, so it's quite weird. Not really sure what's going to happen in 4% divergence. It's strange. Why isn't anybody here? I pull out my cell phone again to check the date and time. Friday, August 13th. The time is 4 PM on the dot. I'm pretty sure Kurisu and Daru are here at the lab at this time. What about Mayuri? Where was Mayuri again? As I dug further into my memories, another strange sensation consumed me. Oh fuck, I'm tripping. How did I not know that today was August 13th? Furthermore, how did I know that Kurisu and Daru were here at the lab at this time? I don't know something I should know, and I do know something I shouldn't. This contradiction, my discomfort, I'm starting to get a bad feeling. The inside of my head was still hazy, and my memories were unclear. It's fine. I'm fine. There's no problem. I reassure myself walking in front of the refrigerator. At times like this, the best thing to do is chug a drink for intellectuals. Doing so allows me to stimulate the grey matter cells in my brain, eventually making everything clear. I open the refrigerator door and pull out an ice cold can of Dr. P. Its fresh flavour pierces through the back of my nostrils as I let out a breath. Dr. P will never betray me. I will never betray Dr. P. As fellow doctors, we may be rivals, but we have acknowledged each other's accomplishments and formed a true friendship. With these relatively useless thoughts filling my mind, I flop down on the couch. But when I do, something suddenly enters my vision. It was placed on the table in front of the couch. What's this supposed to be? I understand that it's a sketchbook. I can also see what was drawn in the sketchbook, a character that might appear in an anime like Reinet Kakeru. Didn't we dress Luca up in this at some point? Perhaps I should have asked, what is this doing here? As I skim through its pages, I see dozens of other illustrations. Each one must have been drawn by a different artist, as each character had their own distinctive touches. Was something like this ever here? The corner of my brain throbs painfully. I take another swig of Dr. P to drink away the pain. Moments later, my cell phone rang. With the Dr. P in my left hand, I dig down into my pocket with my right hand. When I took out the cell phone and opened the messages, I had received 3 messages. All 3 were sent from iChainHisSnake at eggweb.ne.jp. That's a very suspicious email name, I can't lie. iChainHisSnake. That sounds like that just sounds like the name of a Pornhub actor. An unfamiliar address. I don't have it in my contacts. I get a bad feeling. Or Voldemort, true. My heart began to pound. Sweat soaked my hands. I take a few deep breaths to calm myself down, then with shaking fingertips, I press the open button. For Sheena? Well, we know a Sheena. You know what? In DB locker. Okay. What? What is this? No, I know exactly what this is. This is clearly a ransom note. Mayuri has been kidnapped. She's been abducted! Just then, the entrance door opened. At first, thinking an enemy had broken into my sanctum, I took a defensive stance, but I was mistaken. Returning home without a care in the world, Where were you? They are emails. Shopping? We're having a party. You alright there, buddy? Daru suddenly screamed. Daru tossed the shopping bags to either side of him and ran over to the table looking pale. Grabbing the sketchbook with both hands, his shoulders tremble. What's wrong? It's a sketchbook. Daru opens the sketchbook and holds it out towards me. It was so drenched in a dark, dirty liquid that it seems the liquid would start dripping out if he squeezed it. Oh, I must have spilled the Dr. P. Oops. The liquid had been absorbed into the paper, making it shriveled and weak. It seems like I accidentally dropped the can of Dr. Pepper on it when I looked at the message earlier, which caused the liquid inside to spill onto the sketchbook. I'm sure you'll survive without it. Skib? Well, on a more serious note, our friend may have been kidnapped and is being held for ransom. You don't get to make that call. What in the world are you talking about? I was about to ask again, but I refrain. No matter. Indeed, that does not matter at all. Right now, what's more important... Look, Daru, I'm sorry about the sketchbook, but please, listen to me. Actually, it's quicker if you say it for yourself. You too, Christina. I open up my inbox and hand my cell phone to the two of them. They were the drawings of all of his interests. Daru and Kurisu stand shoulder to shoulder and look into the tiny screen. Their faces gradually grow pale. Daru speaks, his eyes wide with horror. And say so? Yes, I believe so. I imagine so. I mean, I imagine the phone wave. I don't know. Shut up! Can't you see that I'm trying to figure it out? I do, but only one. The Rounders. And if they are responsible, I can safely assume what you know what is. The IBN 5100. Wait, hold on. How do I know this? I grimace as my headache surges once again. Unfortunately not. I thought it better not to talk about my idea just yet. I couldn't be certain, and since my memories were still foggy, I didn't think I could adequately explain my rationale. What about you two? Do either of you recognize the account name attached to the email address? I chain his snake. Kurisu and Daru stand there with their arms crossed, their eyes wandering as they thought, but eventually they both shook their heads. It's just such a sus name. It looks like it. Huh? I snagged my cell phone out of Kurisu's hands and checked the text message inbox again. I noticed, and Bradley noticed. What nonsense! Of course I noticed! Precisely because it is an emergency. I squeeze my palms tightly so as to hide the trembling of my hands.
We all noticed.
We all noticed except Okabe, apparently. Apparently. I don't know! You just said a lot of words that I don't understand, lady. Yeah, in English, please. I see. Then that's what I mean. No, I literally just found out before you two walked in. Yeah, I literally had just read the messages when you walked in, and then Daru started complaining about his fucking magazine. I couldn't help it! I received the message just a moment before you guys came back. Okay, okay. I rushed to dial Mayuri's number. Then... Uh-oh. Our phone's in the room. Ah, shit. Her ringtone! Following the sound, we scour the office for its source. It doesn't take long to find it. When I removed Upa cushion from the couch, there it was, Mayuri's cell phone. That idiot! She left her cell phone! I mean, I'd call Ferris next, because, like, she might be at work. Why? No, I was in a different world line at that point, I can't lie. My hands were moving before Daru finished his sentence. I will whip out my cell phone and I try calling Lukako. Lukako! Is Mayuri there with... Fuck! Voicemail. Damn, voicemail. Well, he said damn, I said fuck, you know. Someone here's a bit of a pussy. It's me, Kiyoma! I'm looking for Mayuri! When you receive this, call me ASAP! Yeah. Silence descends. I can hear the sound of cicadas from somewhere. Such weird spelling. Sounds like a motorbike or a car. A motorcycle passes by outside the window. As the sound faded, Daru spoke up. But the iChain his snake that sent the message is the iChain his snake of the future, isn't it? What a long, boring name! We'll just call them by X for now. Their initials, ICHS, X. It also sounds like X, an unknown variable. That's fair, I guess. But what should the message say? I couldn't decide. Should I or should I not send X a message? What if contacting them causes something to happen to Mayuri? Of course, we don't know if Mayuri has been kidnapped yet, or whether she'll even be kidnapped at all. It is clear that something poses an imminent threat to Mayuri. I don't think this message is just a prank. For one thing, it's a D-mail. They sent it across time. It seems certain to me that something terrible has happened, or is about to happen. Thought it'd be itches. Well, so that means that waiting around doing nothing won't guarantee Mayuri's safety either. Besides, the idea that someone other than a lab member sent this D-mail, something we've glossed over because of the immediate threat of the ransom note, is troubling as well. This is a dangerous situation that could have major impacts on the history of the world. We've got to find out who X is, no matter what. There was only one response I could give. Understood. Sent them a mail, successfully. I wonder how long it's been since I sent the message. 5 minutes? 6? 7? Still no reply. I watched the second hand of the clock on the wall tick the time away. Kurisu spoke, as if to dispel the heavy atmosphere that had overtaken the room. What about you know what?
It's been 84 years.
It was 50 years ago, when I last opened the Chamber of Secrets. You want me to go empty-handed? Imagine if that's what they want. They want sweets for Mayuri. Probably a fair exchange, honestly. She's not really worth much, let's be real. Roger that. Upon my response, Kurisu left the lab. I thought of following her out, but I stopped right before I opened the door and turned around. There was something I had to confirm. I'm just checking on something. Rodent's here. Hello, how are you? Good morning indeed. You're here for a special one today. This is an Okabe Rintaro storyline, which means peak voice acting from yours truly. I hope you slept well. I deflect his question and move into the development room. I turn to the shelves to see a big recognizable cardboard box. Inside it was the IBN 5100. It's here in this world line. I breathe a small sigh of relief. But if this really is, you know what, we're going to be in some real trouble. Anyway, there's no way I could let this fall into enemy hands. After returning the box to its proper place, I hurry out to the coin lockers in front of the Daibaru.
Big fish, little fish.
Brad, you just talk about a lot of nonsense sometimes, don't you? It's been about an hour since I started my surveillance. I hid in the shadows, watching closely, but there was no sign of Ix. I've already received a call from Kurisu. Lukako was, in fact, at Yanabayashi Shrine. Apparently, he couldn't pick up because he was in the bathroom. But that's not important. The problem is what Kurisu said after that. I swallow my saliva. As loath as I am to admit it, the fact made the ransom note significantly more credible. Could Mayuri have been kidnapped on her way to Yanabayashi Shrine? Kurisu said that she'd check other places where Mayuri might go, and hung up the phone. My heartbeat accelerates, my stomach starts throbbing in pain. Just a moment later, Lukako called. Makase-san told me everything. I got your voicemail too. I'll help you look for Mayuri-chan. Lukako spoke with worry in his voice, which only made me feel more restless. After I'd finished my conversation, I heard a cell phone ring, but it wasn't mine. It was Mayuri's. I guess I unconsciously put it in my pocket after finding I found it at the lab. The caller ID displayed Luca-kun. Kurosu probably didn't mention that Mayuri left her cell phone behind. That's why Luca-kun is calling. I didn't pick up. I thought it better to preserve the remaining battery. It's possible Mayuri's phone might receive a more critical party. I wanted to save the battery just in case. Afterwards, I tried calling Ferris, but she didn't know where Mayuri was either. I asked Daru to check May Queen, but his luck wasn't any better. When I called Mayuri's home, her mother picked up. She said Mayuri hadn't come home yet. I decided not to mention Mayuri's abduction to her so as not to scare her. All of this has happened in the last hour. I take a bite of the sweet red bean filled ampan in my hand and wash it down with the packaged milk to mitigate my stress. Another 5 minutes pass, but nobody who looks like they might be the kidnapper arrives. I throw the rest of the bread in my mouth and down the remainder of the milk. All that remained in my hand were the wrapper from the bread and the empty pack of milk. Well, because we can't put the phone on charge because we're outside, and if it rings, we can't. If it rings inside while we're outside, we don't want to miss the call. In other words, trash. I looked around for a place to throw them away, but couldn't find a trash bin anywhere near. Left with no other choice, I twist the bread wrapper and milk package together and into a stick shape and stick the garbage stick into my pocket of my lab coat. Seems odd that we specified that. I feel like this garbage stick may come in useful later. But as I did, my fingertips were greeted with something unexpected. Oh, never mind. It was just finding something. Paper. A piece of paper is in my pocket. I slowly pull it out. It looked like an ad or something. An advertisement folded into quarters. What you'd call a flyer. On the flyer was written the following. This is nothing. This is a terrible poster. 8th Regional Akiba Invention Contest. Grand prize, a whopping 3 million, hell yeah! Entry period, August 1st to 31st, 2010. Let your innovation build the future. Grand prize, 3 million! Just then, someone hit me in the shoulder from behind. As I jumped and turned around, standing there was Christina! I didn't jump out of fear, I was merely taking a counterattack stance. You may have not noticed, but I nearly struck you 3 times, stopping just a hair's distance from your nose. You're lucky to be alive. Are you listening to me? She's evidently not. I nodded, lightly biting the inside of my cheek. Indeed. I can't imagine continuing to surveil this place will be very helpful. Ix is likely waiting for us to contact them before they make a move. But we have contacted them, haven't we? Unless they receive a message from us saying, you know what is in the locker. Number such and such. There's no reason for them to be here. Besides, what about the key? We can't very well open a locker without one. Ix will most likely instruct us on how to hand over the key. That's when we make our move. No, not Christian. I call her Christina. Eh? You want me to lie? Kurosu nods. And suddenly the phone rang. Not mine, but Mayuri's. I pulled it out to see one unread message from Lukako. I open it and read the following. It was a message concerning Mayuri's safety. Perhaps he decided to send her a message after calling her so many times without an answer. It's certainly admirable, but no offense to Lukako, it's not going to help us get Mayuri back. Kurosu, looking at my screen over my shoulder, also looks disappointed. I sigh and close the message from Lukako, and as I was about to put away Mayuri's cell phone, turns out to be Mayuri's. I mean, we've been sent images of dead people before. It's not the greatest. Kurosu stops me.
あ、メールじゃなくてメールボックスの方、受信欄が見たいの。
I comply and open the messages inbox. There were 4 separate messages. At the very top was a message from Nukako that we just received. But what are the ones below it? Oh shit, the battery is low. The battery's on 1. These 3 messages all lined up. They're unopened. Fuck, it's encrypted. D-mail.
やっぱり。アドレス帳に登録されてない送信者のメールが3通並んでたから、もしかしたらと思ったんだけど。
意味は
What do they mean? The 3 messages, what do they mean?
そんなのわかるわけ
It's
ないでしょ。
obviously a
どう見たって
code.
出たら。
You mean they're misconverted?
もしくは暗号化されてるか。
Encrypted. Then Mayuri would have to decrypt it, which... Honestly, I'm not sure if she's really the sort of person to decrypt messages. I get an unpleasant taste on the tip of my tongue. As if the milk I drank earlier had stuck to my mouth and gone sour.
送信者は何者？イクスとは別人なのかしら。
It's a different address, different domain even. This one is from taboo.co.jp, so...
PC から送られてきたメールってことね。
I think so.
サイドキックって名前に心当たりは？
I shake my head without a word. If she's asking me, then she probably isn't familiar with it either. Still. What the hell is going on? How could we be dealing with 2 consecutive D-mails sent by non-lab mems?
立て続けの順番は逆みたいだけどね。こっちの D メールの受信時刻は15時18分になってるでしょ。一方、イクスから送られてきた D メールの方は
Received at 4:30 p.m. Meaning that Sidekick sent their D-mail before Ix did. Shut up! Just pipe down for a sec. This is important! Oh, it's gonna be 4 degrees fucking C, isn't it? Rival time travelers. Oh man, it's Doc and Marty McFly. They're trying to steal our thunder. Excuse me? I put my Irish cell phone in my pocket and turn around. Oh, what a fucking surprise. There, a man stands shining in front of me, as if Gaia had whispered his beautiful purpose to him on the wind. Wait. I recognize this guy. I dig deep into my memories. As I stare at the man's face, squinting my eyes, a streak light descended upon me. The 4D! Ix was you! Where is Mayuri? Where is she? I grabbed the 4D's shoulders, roughly shaking him left and right, back and forth. Shut up! Just keep quiet! Don't play stupid, 4D! No! Ix! The iChain his snake account name is yours! Admit it! I must look like an absolute nutter right now. Is that true? You really don't know! .4D violently knocked my hand away from him when at the anything part. He creates a short distance between us. I lower my line of sight to see that 4D was holding something unsettling. Something like a crowbar. In fact, it was a crowbar. Crowbar, get hit, die. After this succession of thoughts bolts through my mind, I strike the "wait, no need to be rash" pose. Then I speak. Wait, no need to be rash! I love his thought process. Crowbar, get hit, die. That's peak. Zavi, hi Zavi, welcome back. It's good to see you. I'm playing the best character today. And also, Bradley, why specifically Libyan terrorists? Oh, because that was what happened in Back to the Future. Never mind. Was it Libyans? I don't think it was Libyans, but you know, I haven't watched it in a hot minute. How are you doing, Zavi? Hope you're doing well. You came to the best part, you most definitely did. You really don't know anything about the message. That's how we got it from Libyans? I thought it was a different group. Yes? That's true. You woke up 100%? That's excellent. Well, I was doing pretty good. I'm feeling a bit sickish, but you know, I can deal with that. However, when I was preparing for the stream, when I was getting my water already, I did drop a glass, which delayed me by 20 minutes, and also meant that I had to clear up glass. And we gotta hope that we cleared it up well, because we got 6 cats. And we don't want them treading on any glass. So I gotta pray that I cleaned it up well enough. Okay, so let me ask you one thing. No. Let me see one thing. Your cell phone. I was being a bit over eccentric in my grabbing of the glass. That is true. I was what was I singing? I was singing something, and being very whatever the word I said before was, overly energetic. What was happening in the life of Bugger? I mean, that's literally is what was happening in my life. That's literally all that's happened. I dropped the glass. I was worried because we have an amazing Monty Python glass of a similar shape and size. It's Monty Python the Holy Grail, and in big letters on the side is Monty Python's Golden Ale. I love that glass. And if it had been that one, I'd have been very sad. Fortunately, it wasn't. It was just some big glass, and it doesn't really matter. I don't really care about that. I thought for about 2 seconds, then I spoke. You're always at the forefront of the street scene, so I thought you may have the coolest, most badass looking phone. That's a lie, of course. But then 4D Easy fell for my ruse, relaxing into a grin and handing over his cell phone. What? You don't... If someone called my phone, said that I had a cool phone, I'd be like, yeah, my phone is cool, here, have it! His cell phone was a model that didn't support the carrier that Ix was using. I gave him an honest apology. I'm sorry about that. I had the wrong person. Yeah, he's not gonna let me go that easily. By the way, 4D. Oh right, 4 degrees C. I knew it was some abbreviation of 4 degrees, I just forgot it was Celsius. I know because I know, I'm not sure why. By the way, 4 degrees C, what are you doing here? He thinks I'm a pervert or something. Good job. Oh, I forgot he was fucking Shinibio as well. What is this job? Don't tell me, Ix hired you and... What? Why the oh fuck? That was sudden. 4 degrees C caught a glimpse of something over my shoulder and turned around and ran away. What did he see? When I turned around I saw a police car. Fair enough. That's really sus seeing the police and running though. Like, if I was a police officer and I saw someone look at me and run away, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, that seems perfectly reasonable. I'm gonna put my skepticals on. Like, well, wait a minute. That's strange behaviour. It drove by slowly for a bit, then moved along as if nothing had happened. Just a poor person. I may have met him in another world line.
どういうこと？
Sorry, I don't really know. My memories are all foggy. I don't know what kinds of world lines I've experienced thus far, nor do I know what kind this one is. Actually, let me ask you, do you know what kind of world line this is? Well, this is a bit of an issue if this is called if the phone wave can cause memory loss. Do you know Suzuha? Amane Suzuha?
もちろん。ブラウン管工房でバイトしてた子でし
Oh,
ょ。
I should probably ask her what's up. Worked. Past tense, huh?
だって何日か前に辞めちゃったじゃない。
What about Radicon's satellite?
それとどんな関係があるのかわからないけど、突然。
Oh, of course. A heavy weight presses down on my chest. The IBM 5100 was in the lab's development room. That would mean that it was just a guess, but when confirmed with the reality in front of my eyes, my chest started to hurt. Is Akiba filled with moe?
Huh?
It's an important question. Wait, I need to answer that. I've already seen it on my way here. The town's filled with moe-centric shops. Animates, Toronoana, Mandarake, Gamers, Lantara, Melon Books, Austerlitz City, they're all here.
だから何？
Is Lukako a guy? I ignore her question to ask my own.
そう聞いたけど、やっぱり違うの？
No, he's a guy. Well, should be a guy anyway. Otherwise, Mayuri's contact list wouldn't list him as Luka-kun. If he were a girl, the name would be Red Luka-chan.
わかった。わかったわ。
Kurisa responded, looking fed up.
今あんたが話したこと、99% は理解できなかったけど、とにかく例のリーディングしたいなとかいうやつ。
It was indeed.
あんたは別の世界線のどこかで D メールを送り、その結果この世界線へと移動して
You just had a hard bike ride? How did it go? You get the exercise in alright? No, you're wrong, Christina. It's not that simple. Though I must admit, I only realised it myself a little while ago. I'll only push up the bridge of the glasses I'm not wearing and continue. Listen carefully, assistant. I most likely time leaped here. A moment of silence. Kurisu froze like Villager A under a petrification spell, but she eventually let out a breath and spoke.
嘘。
Lots of exercise, windy, and it was raining. Oof, we've actually got quite nice weather here. Just unlucky to be living in an island, I guess.
嘘ではない。
It's no lie.
冗談でしょ。
冗談ではない。
It's not a joke. I travel back from the future of this timeline to right before 4 p.m.
タイムリープマシンを使ったっていうの？
That's right.
どうして？実験はしないって言ったじゃない。
I don't know why, or I don't remember.
その割にはさっきの話、よどみなく喋ってたわよね。別の世界線での出来事については覚えてるみたいな口ぶりだった。
Oh, yawn. Yeah, that's right. I don't know anything about this one. I pulled out the flyer from earlier and held it up in front of Kurisu's eyes. Like, what is this flyer? The Akiba Invention Contest? I don't remember putting anything like this in my pocket. Oh, your boat broke? Oof. Yeah, I like going for bike rides in forests personally. That's right, just going on a bike ride. Same with the sketchbook. Something like that shouldn't exist in our sacred future gadget laboratory. And Mayuri! I don't remember any history in which Mayuri gets kidnapped. I don't know anything. As I finished my frustrated rant, Kurisu lowered her eyes and looked away sadly. An advertisement truck for a net cafe passes by, blaring its annoying message at us. Even after it had passed, things never really went silent. The bustle of the city bounced around in between the buildings.
失敗したんだ。
A kaprank. I do love the kaprank. For the topic? What's wrong with the topic? I love talking about bikes. Bike rides are brilliant. I love a good old bike ride. Not in the cold. I like a bike ride in the heat, which is a bit weird because I mean, surely that would be just like death incarnate. But I don't know. I like bike riding in the heat. I remember I once went on a bike ride. I was in Norfolk, and I had literally the night before I'd just like listened to the same SAO intro about 100 times. So during that entire bike ride, I was just on loop singing the SAO intro. No music or anything. It was literally just from memory. I was just singing the SAO intro for about 2 hours non-stop on loop in my. I don't know why, but I found it really fun. That was a good bike ride actually. We saw like a fake little UFO. It was cool. But how am I? I'm good. Well, I'm feeling a bit sick and I did break a glass. But apart from that, I'm good. Failed. I mean, yeah, that does seem like what might have happened. Wonder what the error is. Are you saying I have amnesia? Do your parents know? Yeah. My dad heard it. It was very loud. It was weird because I dropped it from the cupboard and it hit the work surface, and it was fine on the work surface. It didn't break at all, but it then bounced off the work surface and onto the floor where it smashed into 100,000 pieces. And my dad heard that and yelled at me for being an imbecile. No, that's not possible. It was working properly in the other world lines. Yeah, I guess we never really considered that there might just be a bug in one world line, and that would fuck me over. I look up to see a crimson sky. The night was slowly creeping toward us from the east. I nodded. What do you mean? 岡部はタイムリープマシーンの実験はしないって宣言にもかかわらず、あんたはマシーンを使って16時ちょっと前へと飛んでってことは、タイムリープする直前に何か深刻な事態が発生したと考えられる。That's fair. きっとそのせいでマシーンを使わざるを得ない状況に追い込まれたのよ。My flesh crawls at the words. I felt every sweat gland on my body open up. しつこいようだけど、もう一度思い出してみて。タイムリープする前に何があったのか。つまり I don't know してもダメなら、まずは取っかかりとして今この時刻に何をしてたか、そこから Look at my watch. It's 6:13. What was I doing at this time? That's right. I went out shopping with you, Christina. For the development summit. I decided to not use the time leap machine, but we still wanted to celebrate finishing it, so we decided to throw a party and call it a development summit. Yes, that's right. In this world line you have. In the world line I'm familiar with, you and I were the ones to go shopping. After we finished shopping and returned to the lab, there were 3 delivery pizza boxes stacked on top of the table. Daru. A silly question. Yeah, he did. Correct. Daru was the one who ordered the pizza while we were out shopping. After that, Mayuri got shot during the party. We left the TV on and heard an emergency news report. Terrorism! Oh no. But we're at 4% divergence, this probably won't happen. Oh no. Oh no. A memory buried deep below the others. A scar that I thought had already healed. Resurrect. vividly. Damn, you spent 0 seconds watching me. How could you? That is, wow, wow. How poor. Honestly, like below, having anything below infinity on that is just absolutely poor. 0 is just it's an absolute travesty. Yeah, you need to take a long, hard look at what you've been doing with your life to have 0 seconds spent watching the Mighty Belgarath. Like you need. All of you, Matt, you all need to just take a long, hard look at your eyes. Why isn't it working? That's so weird. I don't know why that doesn't work. That's so strange. Vividly. As if gouging its way out of me. I know, even the OGs, 0 seconds watching the Mighty Belgarath. What the fuck? He's not even an OG, he's only been watching me for about a month or so. No, wait. Don't panic, just calm down. That's from another world line, right? Mr. Bump. My best viewer. 0 seconds. Crazy. Crazy. It didn't happen here, where we have a sketchbook in the lab, and where I'm carrying a flyer for an invention contest. While I managed to convince my head, I couldn't down the trembling in my chest. My heart is beating like crazy. Viscous sweat poured from my body. What do I do? I need to do whatever it takes to keep Mayuri safe. Then there is only one thing to do. D-mail! I quickly take out my cell phone and call Daru. No, not 600 hours wasted. 600 hours enriching your life. When you look back, when you're an old man and you look back on your life, you'll think, damn, the most useful hours of my life were spent watching the Mighty Belgarath. And you'll think, wow, I wish back then I'd given him so much more money for being amazing and enriching my life as such. That's what you're gonna think when you're an old man looking back on your time. Daru, it's me. Not quite. Not yet, but there's one way I can. It's D-mail. I'll use D-mail. Eargasms. Well, I'm glad I can give you eargasms, I mean, honestly. Juggling while listening? I'm as healthy than what I'm doing. I'm sitting in my chair after eating. I feel very fat right now. Just shut up! Daru, get the phone wave, name subject to change, ready ASAP! I haven't done exercise in like 3 weeks. Eeks. We're sending it to my cell phone. The time, when was the last time you're sure Mayuri was in the lab? Exactly, Bradley, exactly. You'd be proud. Zeus wants me to unban him? Well, he's not getting unbanned. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm not going to unban him. That is a silly question. What do you mean? Okay, I see. And you're sure she was in the lab at that time? Well, you know what, being healthy is good. I wish certain people could be more healthy, Bradley. He promises to change. Well, I don't believe him. I mean, it's not like it's a first offense, really, is it? Alright, then send a D-mail to that time. I'll leave the math to you. Yeah, we just need to say on no account leave the lab. Magic mod? What is he talking about? I asked, but I received no response. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Dara had already let go of the cell phone and seems like he's making preparations. Whatever. I know what I need to do. I have to write a D-mail. I decide to borrow Mayuri's cell phone since mine was occupied with the call to Daru. The recipient is, of course, the phone wave named subject to change. This is my message. Okay. Shouldn't we send that to Mayuri to just not leave the lab? I feel like that would be smarter. I am calm. I'm a mad scientist, I never look calm. Yamo's priority right now is to secure Mayuri's safety. We still haven't determined that she's been kidnapped, but at this point the facts didn't matter. As long as I send this D-mail, Mayuri will. Yeah, DMs, you know. Time traveling DMs, it's how we roll. Alright! Phone wave name subject to change. Activate! I hear the spattering sound of sparks from the phone. Roger! I take Mayuri's cell phone and press send. Are we gonna change world lines? Oh, now we're on world line 4.4. The faded world distorts and deforms. A piercing pain explodes deep inside my ears and I grip my teeth. Yeah, I don't have that many commands yet, I can't lie. I haven't put a lot of effort into making commands. Mainly because people haven't said what they want. If people say that they want a certain command, I'll try my best to remember to add it. I lose balance and grasp onto a nearby roadside tree. I can feel people's suspicious eyes on me from all around. My dizziness eventually subsided and the world regained its colour. I let go of the tree, shook my head and looked around in a circle. This is in front of UDX. Then right behind me. Is this a world line where I get with Ferris? It had a big divergence. Might be that one. Well, I thought it was a 3% divergence. A cat girl was standing there. Ferris, why are you here? I didn't quite understand the situation. I wasn't even sure why I was here in the first place. However, I certainly knew what had happened. Reading Steiner. The world line has changed. Right, Mayuri. What happened to Mayuri? I look to my left as I mutter. Mayuri's cell phone, which I held in my hand just a minute ago, disappeared. Checking my pockets yielded only that flyer and my cell phone. I opened it up and called Mayuri. There she is. Not kidnapped. That's a good start. Mayuri! Mayuri! I'm sorry for being loud. And not just to you, Mayuri, to the poor souls watching me as well. 1 year and 2 months and 27. You know, well, our accounts are almost the same age, honestly. We have very similar account ages. I'm not mad. Of course I wasn't mad. As I take a deep sigh of relief, I put my hand back on the nearby tree. Mayuri, where are you? Okay, that's good. I don't really know what she's talking about. It's just getting more confusing. But whatever. Mayuri's on the phone with me now. I know where she is. The lab. Mayuri is at the lab. That's enough for me. Mayuri, stay at the lab. Don't go anywhere, okay? After I hung up, I give Ferris, who was standing there puzzled, a simple farewell, then rush to the lab. I arrive in front of the Brawn Tube workshop. I fly up the stairs beside it and throw open the door. I step inside to see Mayuri with her hands covered in breadcrumbs. Well, I guess victory, we win. After she greeted me, Mayuri starts chewing on breadcrumbs and on the breadcrumbs stuck to her fingertips. The cold lump that was in my chest melts away. As I let out a large breath, I wipe the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. Mayuri, there's a flaw in your rhetoric. The greeting is simple tautology. Welcome back, Ocarine equals welcome back plus Ocarine, yes? Thus, welcome back, Ocarine means welcome back, Ocarine twice, making it grammatically awkward. Mayuri gives me a carefree smile. Her logic is beyond me, but that's a good thing. These unpredictable interactions are the true essence of this lab, and provide the serendipity necessary for gadget development. What's more, I was simply happy to regain our usual everyday life. So, why does your hand look like a Huddymand? Well, I know they're breadcrumbs, but why are they on your hand? I can see that. I'm asking why. Damn, I do just embody Okabe apparently. Mayuri's breadcrumb-ridden fingertips point toward the kitchen. When I turn to look, I see a man resembling a barrel standing in front of the stove. It was Daru. With his back hunched, he looks even more like a barrel than usual. What are you doing, Daru? Who? Maine-chan? Of course she is. Meaning? Let him cook, let him cook. At this point in our game of conversation catch, we've thrown the ball back and forth 3 times, but I still haven't the foggiest idea what he's talking about. I ask a follow-up question. Why do you need to cook? No, I will not let you cook. You can, but what about the pizza? I remember that in the other world line, Dara was supposed to have ordered 3 pizzas for delivery. I think those would more than suffice to feed the development summit. Then Mayuri answered. Mayuri spoke with her hands still up in the air like a surgeon. It was closed? Oh no. Closed? Is today a holiday or something? Oh no. Daru nods, with his back still turned to me. This is impossible. Also, why would you name your restaurant Pizza Rat? Like... Okay, that is... That's just... Okay. That's great. That was a nice interaction. Anyway, what was happening? Okay, Daru's cooking. I look at the TV to see a cute girl, supposedly Maine-chan, frozen in place with her index finger pointed up. They've paused their recording. Daru returns to his position in front of the stove and checks the oil temperature inside the temperature pot. Mayuri goes back to her spot too. Standing next to Daru, she sprinkles breadcrumbs over the meatballs mixed with flour and egg. Is it okay for me to leave them to their own devices? A moment of worry enters my mind. Where is Kurisu in all this? I peek into the development room and... she's there. Kurisu is sitting in front of a PC monitor typing away at the keyboard. I sneak up behind her. Did you get first posts, Miss Kurigohan and Kamehameha? That is just so uncalled for. What do you mean, how did I know? It's the most obvious thing in the world, I'm sorry. Kurisu, in a rush, shuts off the monitor and stands up with her arms spread open, what's behind her. With my demon eye, seeing through such flimsy secrets is a piece of cake! Looking something up? The tiny machine is already complete. What more do you need to look up? You've been absolutely rumbled. Is James coming on? No, James has been ignoring my DMs. It's really annoying, because I wanted to go to the cinema with him today. And I sent him like 3 messages like, are you up? Like, are you free to go to the cinema today? I just had absolutely no response. Which is annoying, but oh well. It's James, he never reads his fucking messages. And Kurisu bites her lip, looking annoyed. Her eyes wandered as she looked for some way to change subject. What is? I'm clueless. She's not supposed to know anything about the ransom note or that Mayuri had gone missing in another timeline. And it's not just Kurisu. There's no way Daru or Mayuri would know. I peek over at the kitchen. The two of them sang along joyfully as they flattened their meatballs. That's a... Never mind. I mean, that's because he's online at those times. He's not online at the moment, so he's not responding, which is annoying. What is the cabbage beam? Peace had returned to our everyday life, but these peaceful days would crumble at the slightest divergence in the world line. I understood that all too well. What if something happens after this? There's no guarantee that it won't. To make sure we're prepared, I may need to explain things to Kurisu at least. With this on my mind, I turned back toward the development room and spoke. Hey Christina, do you have a moment? I led Kurisu down the staircase and out to the front of the Brawn Tube workshop. Well, the truth is, I told Kurisu about my experience in previous world lines. There was no way to do so without mentioning that I time leaped, but for some reason Kurisu accepted that with little hesitation. Today, in a different world line, the workshop next to us is supposed to close early, but in this one, they're still open. Inside, the lights shine bright and the 42-inch CRT in the back is turned on. The owner, Mr. Braun, is also present. He stands imposingly as he watches the news. There's still a chance that Rance can come get us. Great, you couldn't interrupt me earlier. Second time?
2度目。とにかく今の話を聞いて大体状況はつかめたわ。ただ一つだけ確認しておきたいことがあるの。D メールはどうなってる？いくつから送られてきたっていう例の脅迫メール。
It should be gone. Mayuri hasn't been abducted in this timeline. Or so I think as I open my cell phone. Yep, it is gone. As I thought, the ransom letter that Ix sent via D-mail had disappeared without a trace. I suddenly realise Kurisu's standing next to me. She looks at my cell phone screen and sees something that catches her attention. It must be the D-mail I sent from Mayuri's phone in the previous world line. I open the messages to confirm. Looks like it. And it was, just as we thought. Keep Mayuri in to stop kidnapping. In my past I've saw this D-mail, it must have set us on a path to this world line. And that's why Mayuri is in the lab right now. And that's why she's able to stand in the kitchen and sing a song about Menchi Katsu. There are no problems, absolutely none. Except for the one thing that bugged me. Odd. These 3 messages were received at 3:20 PM today. I sent these messages around 6:20 in the previous world line, but I let Daru decide where in the time we should send them to. He told me that he was sure Mayuri was in the lab at 3:16, so that's when I wanted the D-mails to be sent.
それが15時20分だったってことね。
Yeah.
で、それの何がおかしいっていうの？
Well, it's the wrong fucking time, isn't it? The phone wave, named subject to change, is supposedly only able to adjust its time in increments of 1 hour. How far a D-mail is sent back in time is based on the timer. 1 second on the timer corresponds to 1 hour of time. By the way, assistant, how many hours back from 6:20 is 3:20?
3時間前。
Congrats! That's like the easiest fucking maths. Correct, which means Daru set the phone wave, named subject to change, timer to 3 seconds. However, based on our experiments thus far, we've determined that it is impossible to send D-mail 1 hour back. That is because if the timer on the phone wave, named subject to change, is set for only 1 second, it does not stay active long enough for the electric discharge to occur. So what if it's set for 3 seconds? Did the electric discharge occur during those 3 seconds? Furthermore, during that window of time, I would have needed to press send on Mayuri's phone. What do you think? Could I have possibly pressed send within the 3 seconds of Daru activating the phone wave, named subject to change? The answer is no. It definitely took more than 3 seconds, but for some reason, maybe a different D-mail was sent.
はいはいはい、わかったわかった。もう十分よ。答え教えてあげましょうか。
Why?
簡単なことよ。電話レンジは改良されたの。
Oh.
タイマーだから3時間前に D メールを送ることが可能だった。
That doesn't make it harder to send them further back?
3時間は180分。柱は単にタイマーを180秒にせ。
180 seconds is enough time to generate the electrical charge. So that's how it is. Kurisu nods. Who upgraded it?
もちろん私。
Then may I ask why didn't you make that upgrade in the other world lines?
そんなこと聞かれても困るけど。多分
Wait, are we rich in this world line? Do we have bank?
改良した電話レンジにはものすごく高価でレアなそれを手に入れることができなかったから改良は諦めたんだ。
Wait, do we actually have bank? And how did you manage to procure that amount of money in this world line? This is when she's just like, yeah, I have an OnlyFans. She's like, yeah, using my OnlyFans money, of course. Duh. This magic mod project?
ちょっと待ってよ。
I mean, we don't know that magic mod isn't an OnlyFans.
未来ガジェット魔改造計画。
Nope, I do not.
立案した計画
Ah,
な
come
の
to think of it, Daru mentioned it when preparing for the D-mail. He said something like, "Good thing we used magic modded it, or whatever." But he never clarified what he was talking about. I narrowed my eyes as I asked Kurisu. I have no idea what you're talking about.
やっぱり覚えてないんだ。きっとリーディング
It
したい
seems
か
that
もしれ
way.
ない。それじゃあ秋葉発明コンテストの件は？
Oh, I know what that is. I take the flyer from my pocket and unfold it for Kurisu.
だったら話は早いわ。つまりそういうこと。
That's not going to cut it. Can you give me the full rundown?
だからあんたはどこかでこのチラシを見つけてきて突然コンテストに参加するって言い出したのよ。
Such rudeness! An upstanding man like me would be more drawn to the recognition than the money.
まあとにかくそんなわけでラボにあるガラクタの数々を応募すること
A
にした
bunch of junk. Don't call our inventions junk!
でもあんた自身もそう考えてたみたい。このままではダメだ。対象は取れん。改良の必要がある。そう言い出した。
That's when the future gadget magic mod project began?
そういうこと。もっとも私は直にその発言を魔改造計画に取り掛かったのは一月も前のことだったみたいで。
Interesting.
その頃私はまだラボに
According to Kurisu, under my proposed magic mod project, the following improvements have been made to our gadgets. First of all, future gadget number 1. The bit particle gun was originally able to change channels on a TV in sequential order, but apparently with the additional button on top of the clip, it can now turn the TV on and off too. I mean, that's really innovative. Applause right there. He's invented a remote that can turn a TV not just on, but off as well. Next, regarding future gadget number 2, the Bamboo Helicam. This problem child of a device is made up of bamboo toy helicopter and a CCD camera attached to its fulcrum. However, the camera spins around as the copter does. Viewing the footage can make the observer nauseous. Then came the implementation of a gyro sensor. With this, we prevent the camera from spinning, making stable, non-spinning videos possible. Wow. For future gadget number 3, could this be Aura Aura? We include an additional function to measure the pH of a test subject's saliva. This gadget's so-called lie detector determines whether the test subject is lying or not based on the sweat of their thumb. But with this additional function, the credibility of the device improved. Apparently succeeded in making this device look even more like a real lie detector. Future gadget number 4, Mode Snake, received no particular upgrades. Apparently, because it looked dangerous, we determined there was no way it could win the grand prize and excluded it from the project. The list continues. Future gadget number 5, once again, I made something worthless by Geomon, was a unique marriage between a hairdryer and a vacuum cleaner. We installed an air purifier into this device by cleaning the exhausted air. The mod made it an eco-friendly gadget. Future gadget number 6, Sealume Saber, had a fatal flaw where fake blood inside would solidify after it had been lit up. BRB, no problem. Through the Magic Mod project, the defect has been resolved. The fake blood never solidifies and the texture is even more realistic, apparently. There we go. I mean, that's brilliant. Now we'll never have to rip my own stomach out again. Last, but perhaps most impressive, is future gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball. It was once made up of 6-inch CRT TVs, but is now composed of super high resolution sheet type OEL displays. It uses 12 pentagonal displays and 20 hexagonal displays, making it a truncated icosahedron, much like a regular soccer ball. In each corner of each display is installed a high-performance widescreen CCD camera. The images captured by these cameras are displayed on the screen opposite. The only drawback apparently is extremely long boot up time. That would require an awful lot of funding, especially if there was enough left over to upgrade the phone wave named subject to change. Who could have given us that much money? Before she could answer... Oh god. A slicing scream echoed through the air. It's Mayuri's voice, coming down from above us. When I look up, I see flickering inside the window. That gleaming red light could only be... Oh shit! Kurisu dashes up the staircase, and I follow close behind. They fucking started... Oh shit! Kurisu and I throw open the door to the lab, and are immediately pushed back by an intense wave of heat. That is a proper fire. What did you do? Like, throw alcohol everywhere? I don't know! The room was filling with dark smoke. Visibility was poor. I could hardly see even a few meters in front of me. Mayuri! Daru! Where are you? I call out their names as loudly as I can. A response came quickly. I crouch down and peek below the smoke. The room is divided by a wall of fire. And beyond the blazing flames was Mayuri. She's trembling like a small animal. The flames are blocking her path over to me. Wait right there! I'll come get you! What about Daru? Oh, she's just dead. He's burned alive. Daru was standing right next to me. He's flustered, completely at a loss for what to do in this situation. I'm not going to ask him what happened just yet. Saving Mayuri comes first. Kurisu! Call 119! Hurry! Daru, go downstairs and evacuate the owner! You get banned from everywhere, even your parents' house? Oh no. Well, you know what? you don't get banned here, my friend. Well, what you just need to do is you need to earn lots of money, buy a bulldozer, and then your parents' house can't exist and you can't be banned from it. Big brain. My lab coat was already off. Holding it in one hand, I run for the kitchen sink. I turn on the faucet and soak my coat in water. A weak voice from beyond the fire. I can hear Mayuri calling me, but I didn't take the time to respond. I cover myself in the soaked lab coat and without hesitation, I jump into the fire. Oh god. How am I so smart? What can I say? Scientist mad genius right here. When I busted through the wall of flames, right in front of me was Mayuri. Busting does make me feel good. Mayuri, are you okay? Don't worry about me. Flames of such meager a magnitude cannot burn Ho-Ween Kiyoma. This is just a sutan. As I spoke, I took off my lab coat and draped it over Mayuri's head. I wrap it around her front to cover her entire body. Yeah, now's not really the time. Or perhaps a criminal being taken into custody by police. You don't have much time for this ridiculous small talk. Come on, let's go, Mayuri! I pick Mayuri up and jump through the flames once more. I run down the stairs and come in front of the Brawn Tube workshop. The fire has already drawn a crowd. Roaring at the front of it was the owner. He was swinging his massive arms around as he was ready to beat the hell out of me any second. I was out. You can't blame me. I was outside. Naru was trying desperately to calm him down. He held onto the owner's upper body and planted his feet. Why blame me? It's not my fault. I was talking outside. They can't blame me. For some reason, he's blaming me. Well, it's true that I am the CEO of the lab, so I guess it is my responsibility. Then, as if he should read my thoughts, Mayuri spoke. What did you do? Well, 07 Future Gadget Laboratory. 07 the phone wave. The phone wave's fucking dead. It's burned. I mean, we can rebuild it, but... Were you not watching it closely? Who the fuck is... I mean, that's completely fair. She has absolutely failed. What an utter buffoon. What, the owner, or
How about you cease this bitch crying?
Shinichi? Whoa, what are you on the phone with Fubuki's older brother for? There's a little bit of interest there, maybe? Oh, I see. It was true of me to ask. All this information is trivial. The mystery was solved. We knew how the fire broke out. Are you calling Mayuri a buffoon? Fair. First of all, after putting the tempura pod on the burner, Daru got swept away by Mine-chan's show.
You're a failure.
Meanwhile, Mayuri was busy on the phone with this Fubuki's brother person, so she too was ignoring the pot. The temperature of the oil in the ignored pot rose to its boiling point and started to vaporize. Then the flames from the gas stove reacted with the vapor, turning it into a giant column of flame. The frightened Mayuri instinctively threw water at it in hopes of putting the fire out. But as the only forbidden action one must never take against an oil flame. The water instantly evaporates and resulting in explosion sprays burning oil in all directions. From a distance, I can hear the siren of a fire truck. I stand there vacantly looking up at the lab. The fire shows no signs of waning. In fact, it keeps growing harsher and harsher.
ガジェット。せっかく魔改造したのに水の。
Or 7. Kurisu mutters.
いや、この際その件はどうでもいいよ。それよりも。
Oh no, all of Daru's hentai. I suddenly realized that Daru was standing next to us. Yona had run into the workshop to grab what looked like important documents and ran away somewhere.
宝って何？
Kurisu inquires. Daru, looking at the second floor window, absent-mindedly responded.
スケブのことだ。
Fuck's sake.
スケブ？
Mayuri's Upa. No.
スケッチブックの。
Kurisu's spoon. So many brilliant things lost this day.
あの中には青梅さん、糸野井さん、猪本さん、海近さん。
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
七成さん、それだけじゃないよ。他にもたくさん有名な絵師さんのイラスト。
Oh wow, I'm so sorry for your loss, Daru.
でもこの炎の中じゃもうダメぽ。きっとや。
Well, 07 to Daru's hentai collection. You're the one that caused this! I wanted to scream, but I managed to choke out my words. Scolding Daru is pointless. Either way, what's done can't be undone. Unless we had a time machine! What's done can't be undone. What's done can't be undone. Right, that's right! What am I doing raiding around here? At this rate, the phone wave name's subject to change, and the completed time leak machine will be burned to ash! Since we can't guarantee that Mayuri won't be kidnapped, it would be really bad if I couldn't send a email or time leap anymore. And furthermore, this lab houses a countless number of our precious memories. I won't let some temporal oil destroy our holy sanctuary, our grand future gadget laboratory. My feet had started moving before I could think. I confidently ascend the steps of the staircase.
ちょっと岡部、何するつもり？
What am I doing? Foolish question. There's only one thing left to do. Extinguish the fire! Oh god. I open the door and enter the lab once again. I put a nearby lab coat over my head and jump into the fire. I leap through the wall of flame and tumble into the development room. Luckily, the fire hasn't yet reached this area. The phone wave named subject change is safe. Now to deal with the fire. I will put it out! I should extinguish it! I had two options. Leap through time or send an email. There's risk involved with the former. The time leap machine is defective. Kurisu told me that in the previous world line. Come to think of it, maybe the time leap machine's malfunctions were caused by the magic mods. Maybe when the improvements to the phone wave named subject change were made, the copy and pasting of memory data stopped working properly. At any rate, there is no room for error. I must choose the option with the guaranteed success. And that's D-mail! I will send an email. The recipient will be my cell phone. The time will be 3:22. Ah, but we already know the time is not quite right, is it? The exact seconds don't work properly. It was 3:20 when the Keep Mayuri In message arrived, so I decided to send this one immediately after. Just because it's possible that the Keep Mayuri In message could be deleted if I send the new one earlier. I'll have to experiment with this idea of erasing emails like that. For now, I decide that I'm better safe than sorry. The message looks like this. Make sure you remember that they've changed the way the time works. After I've typed it off, I proceed to set the timer to 240 seconds and activate! It's currently 7:22, so in order to send an email to 3:22, the timer should read 240 seconds. Electricity had already begun to discharge. I'd selected the recipient. All I need to do is press send. I raised my right arm and shouted, "Tremble, right arm of mine! I call upon our contract to issue my command! Quell this frenzied flame of crimson!" Then, I pressed the button. And off we go. 4.5% divergence. The world trembles, my vision wavers. We do not want to be here. My heart felt as though an evil dwarf was running around inside it, breaking things. It's okay, it's just the usual dizziness. It will soon subside. After waiting for things to settle down, I slowly surveyed my surroundings. A stranger stands in front of me. Who is he? I do not recognize the man at all, but he stands and stares at me. It's creepy. He doesn't seem like someone I should get involved with. I casually try to make my way out of his line of sight. Once more, I take in my surroundings. The coin lockers in front of Daibiru. Playing this game in a flat, yeah, that's why I didn't. That's why I waited to be home, so that I didn't just scream and annoy everybody in the vicinity. As usual, I didn't understand what I was doing there. There's no question that my reading Steiner is activated. The world line has changed. Suddenly, there's something about the stacked coin lockers caught my eye. The door of the locker in the bottom left corner is severely deformed. It's a bit rude. My curiosity draws me near. I squat down and take a peek inside. Empty. There was nothing inside. So what? The locker is of no concern. More importantly, the lab! I have to check on the lab. I took off running in its direction. It may have been the man from earlier, but by the time his voice reached my back, I didn't care. I keep running without turning back. 7:31 PM. I arrive in front of the Brawn Tube workshop. I put my hands on my knees and gather my breath and look up above me. The lab's not on fire! Yay! It's out. The fire is extinguished. There was no crackling red light behind the window. There were no crowds, and Mr. Braun is just watching some variety TV show on his 42-inch CRT television as if nothing happened. Phew. I take a deep breath with my hand on my chest. I wipe the sweat off my forehead and climb the steps to the lab. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? What? Was that that's blood? That's blood? There's lots of blood. Uh-oh. Maybe it's passata sauce. Maybe it's ketchup. Oh dear. Also, I've just randomly noticed that we have Pop-Up Pirate there, and I think that's pretty cool reference to Pop-Up Pirate. But this is blood! Uh-oh. Pancake Tuesday? Yes, this is how the kitchen looked after Pancake Tuesday. No, actually, this is how the kitchen looked after my blind cooking stream. Alright, I'm back! Before I could say k, something strange robbed me of my speech. An unexpected sight rushed up to greet me as I opened the door. This is a thing? What is this? Bright red blood is spattered around the room. I mean, that's a lot of blood. Like, how do you get that much blood everywhere? Like, surely someone would have had to have just exploded in the middle of the room. Like, that's got to be C4 in the stomach right there. Mayuri just put her entire body in a blender. Jesus fuck. Yeah, chainsaw seems about right. Paper cut. When you die. This is when a footballer gets a paper cut. Fucking what's a footballer who rolls around a lot? Ronaldo when he gets a paper cut. There we go. Bright red blood is spattered around the room. The blood was not yet dry, still glossy and wet. Calm down, think. What the hell could have happened? I sent a D-mail in the previous world line and moved over to this world line. My D-mail likely cancelled the development summit, but that would have erased the lab fire. But in its place, I looked at my watch. It's 7:34. Don't tell me. The Rounders raided us? No, it can't be. That's not possible. That was a different world line. And what do I make of all this blood? Whose is it? Come to think of it, where are the lab mems?
Welcome to Kerprank with Justin Kerprank.
I mean, honestly, this is the closest thing to like a Kerprank we've had yet. Like, come on, there's so much blood that it just seems unrealistic. There wasn't a trace of anyone in the room. No Mayuri, no Kurisu, no Daru. I ran over to the development room, but it was empty too. They weren't here. There was no blood in the development room, but there was something I didn't recognize. A single piece of paper on the table. I take it and look at it. It was a memo. Something to do with me of 3 billion yen. Bank transfer. I see. I owe debt. Promissory contract. Kadon Shinpan Code LTT, hereinafter Party A, and Rintaro Okabe, hereinafter Party B, hereby enter a monetary expenditure loan contract in agreement of the following terms. Section 1, effective today, A offers a loan of 3 million yen to B, which B accepts. Section 2, B shall repay A the 3 million yen loan mentioned in the previous section by August 11th, 2011, which was 2 days ago, either in person or via bank transfer. Section 3, interest should be 0% until September 11th, 2010. Any repayments remaining after this day shall incur interest at the rate of 10% per 10 days. August 12th, 2010. Further down on the debater Party B line, there was a signature and initials. The signature read Okabe Rintaro in what was unmistakably my own handwriting. Fuck the tax collectors! They made a betting website off your last name? Awesome. That's pretty cool. Madness! 3 million? I don't remember borrowing such a ridiculous sum! Scoffing at this absurd promissory contract, I rip it up and toss the pieces into the trash. Oh no, okay. You can't rip up loans from the bank. And then I noticed. Oh god, the tax collector's gonna be after us now. Up until now, I hadn't taken a look at myself and noticed the anomaly. Blood. It's blood. My hands are covered with blood. It's not just my hands. Examining myself further, I found blackish red blood stains all over my clothes. What the hell? What happened? Yeah, the IRS came and got me. My hand trembles as I take out my phone. I needed to know where the lab members were. I forced my shaking fingers to call Mayuri. Silence. Not so much as a ring. And a moment later, a robotic voice gives me a message. That's not a good start. It's me! Mayuri! Call me as soon as you get this! I then proceed to call Kurisu, then Daru, only to get the same result. No ring, just the robotic message. Damn it! What's going on? In my rage, I kicked a nearby shelf. If their phones don't ring, that means they must be off, or they have no signal, or they're already... I love it if it just zoomed in on the pop-up pirate for no reason. Shaking the terrible thoughts out of my head, I catch a glimpse under the table. There sat the phone wave, name subject to change, the time leap machine. I'm leaping. It took me no time to decide. I don't believe a mere D-mail will solve anything at this point. But what about the problem of memory loss? Even if I manage to avert one tragedy using a D-mail, there's no guarantee that I'll be able to do so a second or third time. My experiences in other world lines have been proof of that. So I'm leaping. I'll perform a time leap. I'll solve this problem by getting to the root of what happened in this lab. I can't see any other way to make things right. Kurisu said that the time leap machine was defective. It only failed to transmit my memory data once. It might not happen this time. I don't know if that's a risk we should really be taking. I might not get dementia this time. It's worth a shot. I don't know if it is. In order to prevent this worst case scenario, I must sleep at any cost. I activate the X68000 and adjust the settings. The magic mod improvement should have been applied to the time leap machine functionality as well, so Hash 120. 120 minutes, I'll eat back 2 hours. Yes, yes. Then my previous self just exploded. I thought 1 hour would be too recent and 3 hours would be too far back, so I chose the time in between. I put on the headgear. The fear of losing my memory again crept into my thoughts, but I shut my eyes tightly and pushed it anyway. I've already decided there's no turning back. The preparations are complete. All I need to do now is activate the device. I raised my right hand and roared. Come forth, Zervan! Our pact compels you! Bring me through the gate of time and into the past! Off we go! Noise pierces my eardrums. I feel like a piece of shattered glass is being driven into every wrinkle of my brain. Huh, shattered glass, how relevant. There's probably still shattered glass in my socks. My vision undulates wildly for a moment, then gradually stabilizes. My dizziness, thankfully, taking the pain in my head with it. The lab. I didn't need to look around to figure out where I was. The usual scenery was right before my eyes. In my right hand was a cell phone. My left hand was empty. Uh-oh. I can see where this is going. Fine. Empty is fine. Both of my hands were clean and there was no bloodstains on my clothes. Alright, I do remember this time at least. I look at my watch. 5:41. Did the time leap work? What about my memory? Yawn. Sorry. The fact the question surfaced at all was a sign that it succeeded. I remember everything before the time leap. I could recall everything in vivid detail, even the shape of the splatters of blood all over the room. But now that blood is nowhere to be seen. The wall, the floor, the sketchbook on the table. I heard a voice behind me. I turn around to see Mayuri standing there with a puzzled look on her face. Mayuri. I'm struck by the sudden urge to embrace her, but I just barely managed to hold myself back. Though I'd assumed her safety from the lack of blood in the room, seeing her as confirmation, the tension in my heart slowly began to relax. I sigh lightly, so Mayuri doesn't suspect a thing. I could ask you that, Mayuri. What brings you here? I held back from mentioning anything about my reading Steiner or making a time leap. She probably wouldn't understand even if I tried to explain. I hit my head earlier, so I can't remember anything that happened in the past few hours. Then Mayuri said, I'm fine, as blood spurts out my head. It's just loads of Dr. Pepper. Just the entire Dr. Pepper factory. Oh no, don't worry, Mayuri. It's not that bad. If you merely refresh my memory, I'm sure I'll remember. So, what's the story? In Balamori, wouldn't you like to know? Wait, you mean to tell me you went to Lukako's place? What about my assistant and Daru? They don't seem to be in the lab. What? Interesting. Yeah, that's yeah, I could never guess what that's referencing. What? Why? Why was that? Oh. Aha, now I get it. In order to confirm this, I pulled out my phone and checked the mail inbox. Yeah, we have all the emails. I send the 3 emails at the bottom, or more accurately, the one email split into 3 parts from Mayuri's phone in the first world line. At the top are the ones I send in the subsequent world line in order to prevent the fire. Having received these emails around 3:20, I seem to have followed their instructions to a T. First, I stopped Mayuri from going out and confined her to the lab, then I called Kurisu and Daru to declare that the summit was cancelled. It's no surprise that that would upset them though. Now that I think of it, is Mayuri aware of her kidnapping? Did my past self tell Mayuri don't go anywhere or you'll be kidnapped? Judging by her demeanour, that doesn't seem to be the case. Her relaxed, carefree smile doesn't show even a trace of urgency. But that's the way she always is. A smile is hardly evidence. Sure. In a blink, Mayuri had a pack of Mitarashi Dango skewers in her hands. One of the 3 packs commonly sold in convenience stores. Mayuri had already grabbed one of the 3 skewers. 2 left. To eat or not to eat? That is the question. To eat. As I reached out to grab one, suddenly an image resurfaced from the back of my mind, brought back by the sticky glossiness of the Mitarashi Dango. The blood. Blood. Fresh blood all over the lab's floor and walls. Whose blood was that? If what Mayuri said is true, then Kurisu and Daru will not come back to the lab today. Then it could only be one person. I really would just love it if for absolutely no reason she just explodes. I think that would be absolutely hilarious. Mayuri, put that Mitarashi Dango down right now! No, not the one you're working on. Put the other 2 down on the table. Because we're heading out. Just because! If we stay here, there's a risk we'll be attacked by someone. No, not a risk. A certainty. Twice? Mayuri said as she faced her cell phone screen towards me. that looks really. Wait, who now? that looks racist. She received it at 3:26. 4 minutes after I received the Stop Summit message. This email was sent to Mayuri's cell phone at that time. Yes, this email composed of 3 messages of 12 1-bit characters each. I mean, that does kind of seem what it's saying, right? That does. Yeah, maybe a skincare routine. We can hope, at least, and not a race war. It was clear that it had been sent from the future of a different world line. What is a BLKHDS? Blackhead, maybe? No, that seems both unnatural and unnecessary. Why would staying in the lab help protect us against bad skin? And fight? I envision myself putting a massive, poorly washed nose into a grapevine stretch. It was so surreal that it made my eye twitch. The message alone is enough to baffle, but there was another peculiar thing about it. The sender. Faris-chan. Faris-chan is how Mayuri addresses Faris. Why? Why is the kitty girl sending D-mail? Mystery. 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 All of this nonsense was enough to make my brain short out in a shower of sparks. There was another element that confused me. 2 sentences written in the D-mail. No going out. Lab is safe. They threw me. There's no question that we'll be attacked by some enemy if we stay here. But the email that Ferris sent says that the lab is safe. And the strong wording of "no going out" message only hammers it home. What do I do? What do I do? My thoughts were interrupted by a high-pitched electronic sound blaring from Mayuri's phone. A red message window pops up on the screen. No remaining battery life. Shutting off. A few seconds later, Mayuri's cell phone went black. Alpaca Man's needed. Yeah, where's Alpaca Man at, man? Charge it, man. Mayuri asks, her mouth covered with tare sauce. I sighed my response. Do whatever you want. We still have time. The blood in the lab didn't look to have been there for very long. Whatever tragedy occurred likely happened only 15 minutes before I entered the lab, maybe 30. Even if I thought the attack was an hour before I arrived, we'd still have 40 minutes or so left. With that in mind, I've decided that my internal time limit is half of that, 20 minutes. Try going up to the roof. Maybe the roof is safe. Oh, I need to decide our course of action within that time. Do we stay here, or do I run away somewhere with Mayuri? We'll stay here until our 20 minutes is up. However, given my uncertainty, I decide to check on the phone wave name subject to change, timely machine, just in case. I pointed myself in the direction of the development room, and a certain piece of paper caught my eye, the permissionary contract. The document that I had just ripped to shreds sat untorn on the desk. That's not a surprise, of course, it's been reconstructed. I did time leap after all. Once again, I pick up this obnoxious document and stare it down. Effective today, A offers a loan of 3 million yen to B, which B accepts. It's dated August 12th of this year. In other words, yesterday. Apparently, I borrowed 3 million yen from the Kodone Shimpan company. But why? An unexpected voice met my ears. When I look up, Mayuri's innocent face was directly in front of mine. She chews away at a mouthful of mitarashi dango. From the looks of things, she's probably not aware of the contract. I casually return it to its original place, place my hand on Mayuri's shoulder, and led her back to the common room. I ask her just to make sure. Mayuri, what do you think of when I say 3 million yen? For a second, Mayuri's eyes moved as if she were thinking something over. She stopped chewing. You won 3 million yen! Where's my share? Lottery? Oh shit. Oh, she's always been pretty sharp. Fortunately, I have a go-to method for situations like this. I held my head in my hands and started screaming. Whoa! My head! My head is about to explode! Jeez, on my head explodes. It seems like I'm exploding. The organization's Recollect, Reject, Annihilate, aka R2A, which they implanted in my brain, has been activated! That's probably why I can't remember anything about the lottery! Whether I'll be okay or not is in your hands. By regaining my lost memories, I can send a reverse brainwave pulse to the R2A, destroying it in the process. Now tell me, Mayuri! What happened to the 3 million that you pulled from the lottery? Mayuri balls her hands into tight fists, furrowed her brow and spoke. For what? You mean you used it to fund the gadget upgrades?
だってさっきも言ったけど、もともと宝だからラボのためになるようなことに使おう。それに発明コンテストで大賞を取れば300万円というわけで、未来ガジェット研究所の明るい未来。最後のはオカリンの言葉の受け売りだけど。
Maru responds, swinging the half-eaten stick of Mitarashi Dango around with a stern look on her face.
ちなみに
By the way, have we entered the contest yet?
締め切りは8月31日だからね。オカリン、本当に大丈夫？
Maru looks at my face with concern. Put my finger against my temple, shake my head lightly, then speak.
ああ
Now I am. We succeeded in destroying the R2A.
よかった。
Maru sighs deeply and looks at me with twinkling eyes. And seemingly remembering the Mitarashi Dango in her hand, she takes another bite. That's one mystery solved. I now know where the funding for the Magic Mod project came from. But that was not the answer I was looking for. The contract is still shrouded in mystery. Why would I borrow 3 million yen? I didn't even have enough evidence to base any theories on. If this wasn't used to fund the Magic Mod project, then... could it be for the ransom? The idea blinked into my head. Maybe the kidnapper demanded 3 million yen in exchange for their hostage's life. Maybe that's why I needed to borrow the money. The price is fairly low by typical ransom standards, but if I were the target, it would make sense. There's no way a mere student like me could come up with hundreds of billions of yen. Hookers and blow. I mean, it makes sense if they knew Mayuri won the lottery, they wouldn't expect her to spend it all within a month. They were like, was it 3 million yen? She's like, I spent it. They're like, bullshit! Bullshit, you spent it! However, the kidnapping occurred only in the first world line. Mayuri of this world line has neither gone missing nor become anyone's hostage. Wait, hostage? When I turned around, Mayuri was reaching for the third Mitarashi Dango skewer. Seemingly sensing my gaze, she slowly turns to face me. She laughed, embarrassed. Then she takes a bite of Mitarashi Dango. Her mouth is dripping. She licks the tare sauce off of her lips. Nothing has changed. Mayuri, eating dango with a blissful smile on her face. She regained that smile the day she became my hostage. Mayuri was 11 years old when her beloved grandmother died. After that, she had lost both her words and her smile. She might have lost her hearing too. No matter how many times I called her name, she never responded. There's the cemetery where her deceased grandmother sleeps. For over half a year, Mayuri stood in front of her gravestone every single day. Even on rainy days and windy days. I was in middle school back then, but because I was worried about Mayuri, I often went to the cemetery to check on her. Mayuri always stood in front of the gravestone, silently looking up at the sky. She looked so ephemeral. It was as if she could disappear at any moment. So I called her name over and over again to try and keep her here. Mayuri. Mayuri. But Mayuri never responded. Holding her pocket watch tightly in her hand, she just stared up into the heavens. That pocket watch was a keepsake from her grandmother. Mayuri's most important treasure. Mayuri always carried it with her. That old antique pocket watch. It was quite a while later that I found out it had a name, Pockety. And one rainy day, Mayuri stood in front of that gravestone, umbrella in hand, as she gazed up at the falling rain. The rain eventually subsided and light broke through the clouds. A phenomenon known as Rembrandt rays, or an angel's ladder. For a moment, I lost myself in the beautiful sight before me. Then a gust of wind blew by and carried Mayuri's umbrella away. Mayuri hardly seemed to notice. Slowly, she reaches her hand toward the beckoning ray of light. It looked as though she was trying to grab onto an invisible ladder. She She stands up on the very edge of her tiptoes, climbing, rising. She's going to be taken away. So without thinking, I grabbed Mayuri's wrist, and before I knew it, I was embracing her. I'll never let you go. I'll never let them take you. I didn't realize how embarrassing those words were until I said them. Mayuri is my hostage. She's the sacrifice for my human experimentation! So to hide my experiment, I just started chaining words together. This line came from an enemy boss character from a hero drama that Mayuri and I were into. He was supposed to be a mad scientist, and I was good at impersonating him. Said Mayuri in my arms. Her small shoulders shook. The voice I hadn't heard for half a year was quiet and ragged, but very comfortable to my ear. Mayuri said she burrowed her face into my chest. Her warm tears seemed to permeate my skin. From that day, Mayuri became my hostage. As my hostage, Mayuri regained her words, but she still periodically visited the cemetery. I went with her every time, offering flowers with her. Every time we visited the graveyard, we made sure to stop by a food stall to eat dango. She always ordered mitarashi dango. Mayuri, savouring the bite she'd taken, regained her usual smile. Suddenly, a muffled, bassy sound growled into the room. I heard a car door shut. Something feels wrong. I rushed over to the window and looked down. There's a single car parked in front of the Brawn Tube workshop. A black SUV with tinted windows. Well, tinted windows immediately. Did not look friendly. But it was surrounded by something even further from friendly. Around the car, it's a fucking cultist group. Stood men wearing black hoods. Whoa, wait. Who are these people? Within their deep hoods, the men were wearing creepy masks. No, not just the masks. Everything about their appearance just seemed to drip with suspicion. Are these rounders? I eliminated the thought the moment it entered my head. These men are not rounders. Rounders don't stand out like that during surveillance. What's more, I know from other world lines that they're raiders at another time. Then, debt collectors? The possibility was also weeded out immediately. Well, my wizards, the clan, yeah. Honestly, what the fuck? It looks like the shadow government. According to the contract, the repayment deadline wasn't until next year. There was no way they would come collect the money I just borrowed yesterday. But then, who are these people? Then it hit me. I remembered the D-mail that was sent to Mayuri's cell phone. Black hoods, not black heads. That makes sense. Maybe that was supposed to mean black hoods instead of black heads. It would have been really funny if Okabe had just misinterpreted it and just become an immense racist. What did I miss? But that would mean... When I turned around, I saw Mayuri running towards me. You idiot! Get down! I reactively grabbed Mayuri's head and pulled her down next to me. There are some shady people out in front of the Brawn Tube workshop. Maybe, but probably not. Well, if you send her into the development room, no blood is spilt in the development room. No! There's no point in hiding it now. I told her without hesitation. Mayuri, listen carefully. You were kidnapped in a different world line. It's possible that you will be in this world line as well. In other words, someone is targeting you. Mayuri tilted her head slightly. That was her response. What I'm trying to say is that the guys outside might be the kidnappers. If that's the case, it would be bad if they found out you were here, so... Yes. Mayuri lays flat on the floor, then rolls towards the development room and disappears inside. I imagine that looks very comical. She has zero sense of urgency. Probably because you're spouting this shit all the time and she doesn't believe you. I mutter to myself, then look out the window again. While Mayuri's overpowering tranquility nearly made me forget, this was quite a dire situation. 5 mystery men stand in front of the Brawn Tube workshop as if to block out path. The Yohiyama building is very closely surrounded by the similar buildings on each side but the entrance. There's no alternative way out. I thought about jumping from the bathroom window to the building directly across from it, but when I took a closer look, I realised that the window to the other building was reinforced with steel fencing, so it would be impossible to sneak in. So in order to escape, I have to get down the stairs and past all 5 men with Mayuri in tow. But I didn't believe that would be possible. It would be hard alone. Attempting to escape while leading Mayuri along by the hand would be a fool's errand. Then what can I do? How do I get out of this? There's a lot more grammatical errors in this game than any of the other ones, I must say. The door to our lab is securely locked, but I knew from experience that the lock was brittle and could be broken with a kick. If those 5 men get in here, we're finished. Even I, a master of Seishin Zama style swordsmanship, am only a human without a blade. Finding 5 people to protect Mayuri may be too much for me to handle. At that moment, my cell phone rang. I desperately take out my cell phone and open it. The screen read public phone, meaning that the caller isn't one of the men outside. Then who? Doesn't even matter at this point. I'll take anyone who can save us from this nightmare. With my hopes high, I press the answer button. That sounds like Kurisu. My ears were assailed by a booming voice so deep it sounded as though it were emerging from underground. But I recognized it. Oh? Yamamura-sensei? My middle school homeroom teacher? Apparently not. Then who are you? State your name! I was gonna say, I thought it was Kurisu.
Failing to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
But I don't own a car. You must pay it anyway. Oh, I channeler Chris! Perfect timing! Anyway, listen to me, Christina. We're in trouble. What? Where? Ha! Alright. Pause. Story time. This is story time. Dropped a phone in the toilet. Well, let me tell you a story about phones in a toilet. I was once, I think this must have been New Year's Eve, yeah. It's New Year's Eve, and I was talking to one of my friends on the phone. We were just the 2 of us in a call. We were talking. Honestly, can't remember what it was about. And they were like, all right, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. And I was like, all right, you go to the toilet real quick. And obviously they hung up to go to the toilet. I mean, you're not gonna call someone on the toilet. It's a bit weird. And then I'm sitting there and I'm waiting for quite a bit. I'm like, damn, they're just not coming back. They just abandoned me. So I send them a few messages and it gets read, but I don't, well, not read. It gets delivered, but no read. And I'm like, all right, it's okay, great, Just kind of been abandoned here, great. Well, it's fun New Year's Eve for me. I was probably sitting playing Minecraft or something. I don't know, just waiting for them. And then like an hour and a half later, I get a call from an unknown number. I'm not gonna answer this. I never answer calls from unknown numbers. It's always the O2 being, oh, would you like to in on this? And I yawn and I move on. So I ignored it. And then like as soon as I ignore the call, I get frantic text messages, and it's like, Harry, pick up the phone. I accidentally dropped my other phone in the toilet, so I had to get the spare. So I call them and they tell me the story. Apparently they were so drunk that when they went to pee, somehow, I have no idea how, considering that this was a woman, so they don't exactly stand up to pee, somehow she dropped the phone in the toilet. Wasn't using it, just randomly held it in her hand whilst on the toilet, dropped it in, and then obviously picked it up and it didn't work. She couldn't turn it on, so she then had to charge an old phone and frantically called me. It was absolutely hilarious because she was still like really tipsy, and it absolutely was really confused. It was great. But anyway, story over. There seems a similar situation. You mean it's broken? Oh dear, I send my condolences. Well, how is it supposed to be my fault? Well, it may surprise you, Mr. Mom, that over 50% of the Earth's population is actually female. So the chance of me calling someone is over 50% of them being female. Crazy, I know, but that is how statistics works. She got mad and threw her phone in a toilet? And? You're in an internet cafe, huh? Laugh? Me? No. Never. Anyway, you're saying you dropped your cell phone in the toilet at the net cafe? This isn't really what's important right now. You know, like the murderers outside? Is that not a bit more important? I'm not really seeing the cause and effect at work here, but whatever. This isn't the time to quibble. Christina, have you calmed down? It sounds like you finally cooled off. Then listen to me. I'll say it one more time. I'm in trouble. I told her everything that I'd gone through, everything about the suspicious men outside. I didn't leave a single detail out. After listening to my story, Kurisu let out a small sigh and spoke. Everything falls silent. All I can hear from the cell phone is white noise. But it didn't last long. Somebody knocks on the door. Oh shit, here we go. No. I take a quick look out the window. No one there. The men in the black hoods that stood around the car had disappeared. Which would mean... This is bad. They're right outside the door. It is, but it's only a matter of time before they kick down the door. Another silence. My hands grow wet with perspiration. My cell phone almost slipped out of my right hand, but I used my left to support it. After a moment, Kurisu spoke. A plan? What do you mean, move? What am I supposed to do? Oh fuck, not more D-mails. A D-mail? You did, but I can't send a D-mail if you don't explain to me exactly. Your phone's broken. It seemed I had no choice but to follow her instructions. I jumped into the development room to set up the phone wave name subject to change. I was still waiting for the kaprank, honestly. Mayuri was there. She sat in the corner of the room holding her knees. A pair of headphones on her head. Looks like she's listening to music on a portable music player. She looks at me and cocks her head. I hold up my hand to tell her not to move and mouth the words, "Don't worry." Then I activate the X68000. I put the cell phone in my ear again and spoke. Just tell me one thing. Why a D-mail and not a time leap? I just made a successful time leap. I wanted to protest, but My words were wiped away by the sound of the doorknob rattling violently. It doesn't look like I have time to argue. Alright. So, where and when do you want to send your email?
転送先は岡部の携帯。時刻は3時間前。タイマーを180秒にする。
なんで3時間前
Why 3 hours ago?
うるさいわね。いちいち質問が多いのよ。
I mean, yeah, but I don't really know what you're doing. I click my tongue and do as she says.
終わったぞ。
It's done. The recipient is my cell phone. The timer is set to 180 seconds.
それじゃあ今からきっかり3分後に電話レンジを起動し。
おい、ちょっと待っ
Hey,
て
wait, why? Before I could say 3 minutes, she hung up. Shit. 3 minutes felt like an eternity as they passed by. They were punctuated by the continuous raucous noise of the doorknob being twisted and shoved. The sound of knocking didn't stop either. I almost lost my mind worrying when the door would finally break open. On the other hand, Maria was happily tapping her fingertips, humming and otherwise enjoying her music. Then, the time finally arrived. I have no idea what Kurisu was scheming, but I thought that for now, I need to trust her. I believe she can make something happen. With a prayer in my heart, I activate the phone wave, name subject to change. A moment later comes the electrical discharge. Then my phone rang. When I look at my phone screen, it's displayed public phone just as it did earlier. It's Kurisu. What could have happened? I hurry to press the talk button on my phone.
ごめん。大至急 D メールの転送先を変えて。
What? The discharge is already happening!
いいから早く。転送先を最寄りの携帯に気づいたのよ。その方が敵にバレる危険性が少ないって。
Countless questions run through my brain, but I didn't have the time to ask any of them. I never changed recipients while electrical discharge was occurring. Will it work? I don't know, but I had no other choice. I had to try. I changed the recipient to my Uri's cell phone just as Kurisu instructed. Done!
サンクス。ギリギリ間に合ったわね。これで全て完了よ。間もなくリーディングしたいなら私が書いたメール遅延送信されるように設定しておいたの。そうそう。最後に一つだけ推し D メールの送信先の時刻を3時間前にした理由。今は18時18分でしょ。
Yes.
私はね、マユリを助けると同時に壊れた携帯も。じゃあ、あとはよろしく。
After she hung up, I realized I had failed to ask her one important thing. What did the D-mail say? That question soon melted away into the distorting world in front of me. Where are we going? 4.456442! I shut my eyes tightly and waited for the usual nausea to fade away. When my sense of balance returned to me, I slowly opened my eyes. I could see someone standing in front of me. Bah! Kurisu.
どうしたの？顔色悪いみたいだけど。
She examines my face to see how I'm feeling. I catch a glimpse of something over her shoulder. Lockers. The lockers in front of Daibaru. As usual, it was clear that the reading Steiner had activated, but I had no idea what I was doing here. I redirect my attention to Kurisu and ask,
どうして俺はこんなとこ
What am I doing here?
マユリはどうなっ
What happened to my Uri?
どうなったって。どうなったかわからないから、こうして張り込み
Ah,
を続けてるん
shit.
でしょ。
You've just gone back to this one.
もっとも岡部が言った通り、このままここで待ち続けていても。
Ix.
I trained his snake。マユリをさらったかもしれない誘拐。呼び方を決めたのはあんたじゃない。忘れたの？
Wait. What the hell are you saying?
そっちこそ何言ってんのよ。記憶喪失になったとでも言うつも
I
り？
inhaled deeply, opened my eyes wide open and... Ah! Ah! I violently tear at my hair and scream incomprehensibly.
何よ、突然。
Koki, hi! That's a moment for you to enter. Me screaming my head off. I'll tell you about me later. But before that, I need to know what's going on! Just what happened? How are you doing, Koki? I hope I haven't deafened you. I hope your ears are still alive. Kurisu, seemingly shocked by my aggressive outbursts, slightly twitched before responding.
なんだかよくわからないけど、いいわ。教えてあげる。この数時間の間に何が
According to Kurisu, I received a ransom email from Ix at 4:03 p.m. in this world line. After that, Kurisu headed to Yanabiyashi's shrine and met with Lukako. Lukako told her Mayuri hadn't stopped by. I, meanwhile, had taken the position around here, keeping an eye on the coin lockers in front of Daibiru. But I saw no trace of Ix. Eventually, Kurisu met up with me. Then 4 Degree C showed up, crowbar in hand. But that would mean we're back in the original world line.
最初の世界線？どういうこと？
Without giving her an answer, I took out my cell phone and checked the inbox. Just as Kurisu said, there's the ransomed email. Well, theoretically, couldn't we just send the same email as before? And then we remember that Mayuri sets a fire and we can just stop her. This can't be. Distraught, I looked for any excuse to deny that this was reality. I switched back to my inbox. But my stomach drops. They're gone. The message saying keep Mayuri in to stop. And the stop summit use no fire one. They've disappeared. Disappeared. Why? Stunned, I put the cell phone back in my pocket. Then, something touched my fingertips. I take it out. It's Mayuri's cell phone. I opened it, but the screen won't turn on. I hold the power button, but get no response. The battery's dead. It's not like holding this thing in my hands will recharge it. I swapped cell phones and called Daru. Just as I had with Kurisu, I interrogate Daru about what happened in the last few hours. But his answers were largely the same as Kurisu's. At 4:03 I received a ransom message from X. After finishing his take on things, he shakily asked me a question. I told Daru to stay put at the lab for now and hung up. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Mayuri has been kidnapped. Mayuri has been kidnapped. My voicing career? I mean, it won't last long. At the volume I'm shouting, my voice will die within the next few years. Why? How? My soulless voice sneaks past my lips. My strength drifts away from my body and I collapse.
ちょっと岡部、大丈夫？しっかりして。
Kurisu wraps her arms around my sides and tries to stand me up, but I cannot stiffen my legs or hips. Kneeling in place, I quietly look up at Kurisu's face. Our eyes meet. Behind her is the sunset sky, ready to melt at any moment. Kurisu holds my head in her arms and whispers in my ear.
大丈夫。だから。
Well, you said you'd take care of it before, and you fucked up, didn't you? With my face still buried in her chest, I slowly, quietly start to speak. By the time I'd finished my story, the red had faded from the sky. Beyond the painted darkness, I can see a few stars twinkling. I suddenly recall Mayuri's stardust handshake. I vaguely understand Mayuri's feelings when she reached toward the sky to try and grab the stars.
結論から言うわ。きっとあんたは元の世界線に戻ってきてしまったのよ。
Yeah, well, we don't know what email you sent. Her words went way over my head. Back to the original world line? I mean, I know what email she sent because I'm smart and I pieced it together and it's the one that she sent to Mayuri's phone, but still, I could do nothing but parrot her words back to her.
とりあえず便宜的にあんたが最初に経験した世界線を第一世界線、次に経験した第一世界線はいくつからの脅迫メールを届いたこの世界線のこと。第二世界線はラボが火事になった世界線のこと。第三世界線はラボに血痕が残されていた世界。
I think Worldline 2 is the lesser of the three evils. Like, you know, yeah, sure the lab burns down, but no one was hurt. And the other two, people were hurt. So we should probably aim for World Line 2. I awkwardly nod my head.
まずあんたは第一世界線で真由里の外出断固阻止せよの D メールを送り、次に第二世界線で評議会は中止、火を使うなの D メールを送って第三世界線へとスライド。そこで結婚を見てうろたえたあんたは同じく第三世界線上の過去である17時40分へとタイムリープ。
Who are these guys is the question.
黒マントの連中に包囲され助けを求められた第三世界線の私は18時18分に D メールを送ったのよね。で、その結果あんたは今こうして第一
Understand? Oh fuck! I clicked accidentally. Understand? My ass! It doesn't make any sense!
もしもここが
If this truly is World Line 1, why do you and I exist?
お前が存在してるんだ。いや
Not just us. It doesn't make any sense that anyone in the world, the animals, the plants, the essence of anything exists!
どうして？
俺は第一世界線
Because I sent the Keep My Uri In email in World Line 1!
その結果世界
The world's history should have been rewritten to that of World Line number 2 as a result! That's why.
送ってないけど。
What?
だから送ってないのよ、そんな D メール。あんたが最初に経験した第一世界線では送ったのかもしれないけど、この第一世界線では送ってないの。
There we go.
日本語で頼む
Please speak Japanese.
日本語で言った。
I don't understand. I took out my cell phone and checked the outbox. Not the inbox, but the outbox, and it was gone. The history in which I sent the Keep My Uri In mail in World Line 1 has vanished. What was there was the message I sent to Ix saying we need to talk. Wait. That's fine, right? If the Keep My Uri In message isn't there, then that's evidence this is not World Line 1. I merely told Kurisu. Then she unexpectedly admitted her mistake. Zavi returns. Hi. You can understand Japanese? True. Did you get yourself some noodles?
そうね。確かにさっきの言い方は適切じゃなかったかも。それじゃあ言い直しましょう。
Arigato. Deja vu.
あんたはあんたが最初に経験した第一世界線に限りなく近い世界線に
Damn, infinitely close. Maths be like. Well, I hope you enjoy your noodles, or if you've eaten them already, have enjoyed
な
them.
く近い世界線って
What do you mean, infinitely close?
ひとまずニア第一世界線とでも呼んでおきましょうか。第一世界線とニア第一世界線の違いはたった一つ。真由里の
That is one very small difference. You're devouring them at this moment? Well, I hope they're good.
それだけよ。それ以外については完全に同じ。そう考えてもらっても構わないわ。もっともただの仮説だけどね。私の立場ではこれが合ってるのかどうかを確かめる。ただし
She's too smart for her own
この世界
fucking
に
good.
一人だけ正しいかどうかを見極めることができる人物がいるわ。
Me.
岡部倫太郎。
I know, I can always. I'm amazing, I do everything here. Near World Line 1. World Line infinitely close to the World Line 1 I've experienced. Given everything I've seen, it was hard to disagree with Kurisu. Which must mean that Mayuri... Hey, tell me something. Why do you think I wound up back in this near World Line 1 in the first place?
難しい問題ね。第三世界線で私が送ったとかいう D メール。それがトリガー。
そうだ
You've got a point. What kind of D-mail could you have sent back then?
どんなの
さあ、ニア第一世界線にいる私に聞かれても。
What? Not more? Zavi, what are you doing with your money? Keep your money to yourself, but thank you so much. You are the goat indeed. I assume that this generosity means that the noodles are good, because they put you in a good spirit. I'm always in a good spirit once I've eaten nice food.
そういえば
Come to think of it, you made me wait for 3 minutes after activating the phone wave name subject to change, didn't you? What exactly were you doing? Fine, I'll take the love. I'll take the love if I have to, and if I'm being forced at gunpoint. You better be forcing me at gunpoint. You better be, or I've given in too easily. Well, I don't know about Twitch setting its new goal, but I've set my new goal down the little bottom left. I can't actually remember what the... Oh, is it drawing? I'm going to do drawing. Drawing is... Well, alright, I am at gunpoint. My hands are up. My hands are up. Don't shoot. Please don't shoot. I have a wife and family. Or at least I have a pretend wife and a family. They just want their dad to come home. They just want their dad to come home. Ah! Don't shoot me, please. Please don't shoot me. What did I do to deserve this? I'm just trying to save my best friend's life. Then why did you change the D-mail recipient from my cell phone to Mayuri's at the last minute? I've been shot. Although to be fair, that's fine. I've been shot multiple times in these games before, and I'm still here alive today. I don't fall at the folly of meek, feeble gunshots. Hi. Oh, in Kioma. I'm invincible! Invincible! No, I mean, that's just me. Coughing up blood. I've been shot many a time and I'm not dead yet. I've ripped out my own guts and I'm not dead yet. It takes more than that to kill me. Then what about the time? Why did you want me to send the D-mail to 3 hours prior? The reading Steiner activated at 6:18, so 3 hours before that would be 3:18, however. Then please enlighten me. Kuroshi spoke as she stuck her hands out in her pocket.
壊れた携帯を B メールの送信先として指定した時刻は岡部の携帯に評議会は中止の D メールが届いたのは15時22分つまり評議会は中止の D メールが受信されるよりも前に
Okay, I guess that makes sense. You thought it would delete the Stop Summit D-mail? By doing so, you would erase ever going to that cafe, recovering your phone in the process.
そして実際評議会は中止 But
then why did the other one? Because the time messed up, maybe? Kuroshi took out her phone and waved it at me before continuing. Well, yeah, that worked, but but Mayuri's been kidnapped. This isn't going great. I tilted my head skyward. It seemed like there were more stars out than there were earlier. But it makes no difference. They're all out of my reach. No matter how far I try, I extend my grasp, but I can never grab them. Frustration boils up from within me. Time mocks me as it passes by. The noise of the city leaks through the gaps between the buildings. This cheerful laughter of young people only further enrages me. Goddamn kids, get off my property! Fucking young'uns. Bloody teenagers creating a ruckus. Kuroshi's sudden comment makes me furrow my brow. Oh? A lie? Figured out what?
300万円。本当はマユリが大切にしていた宝物を
Oh shit, why'd she do that? The neighbors in Chicago keep yelling at kids. Damn. You should listen to aggressive rap music outside of the house, because as we know from Gravity Falls, that's lethal.
遠慮どころかそんな金は使えん今すぐ質屋に返してこいだからマユリは宝くじが当たった
And what is this treasure belonging of hers?
懐中時計
Get off my
っ
lawn!
て名前がついてるみたいだけど
She sold Pockety? What? She can't sell that. That's how we know if she's going to die or not. Without Pockety, we can't determine if she's about to die. It's a very important tool. No. Pockety is Mayuri's keepsake of her deceased grandmother. Her irreplaceable treasure. You get Swiss cheesed if you play the wrong music. Just dodge. Just do better. As Kirito from SAO would say, predict the predictions. Just dodge the bullets. It's not that difficult. I understood more than anybody.
クリスティナ
Christina, where is this pawn shop?
質屋のバチャ
I'm asking you where the pawn shop is and what it's called. I'm gonna go get it back.
もう言ったわよ
Spam X, true. If you just mash X, you'll win. PlayStation rules are obsolete.
何
What?
もう言ったの昨日ね岡部一人で
It's coming together. It's all coming together.
Homework's whack and so are rules. Tucking in your shirts for fools.
No! Rebellious rap music! No! Oh, my heart feels strange. Whoa! Whew. Whew. If that had kept going, I think could have been a real thing there. Whew. Crazy. No more rebellious rap music, please.
金を借りたわけ
That's why I borrowed money from that Kadone Shinpan financial company?
門ね
WABBLED double D.
モンド審判のことね
Wobble dee double die. So that's how the kanji is read.
じゃあ
But I managed to retrieve Pockety safely, right?
Well, this is the story all about how my life got flipped
どうい
turned
うわけか
upside
手
down.
ぶらで帰ってきたのよね
What? You out to do the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
どうして
Why?
それはこっちが聞きたいわなんで
Well, I don't know, I'm not from this world line.
ああちなみに借金についてだけどあれ利息制限法並びに出資法違反ってことで元本さえも返済する義務
I'm sorry, what?
知り合いの弁護士に頼んどいてあげるからそのことについては気にしないで
Bro, Kurisu knows James. She has lawyer friends. She knows James.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
I wasn't concerned anyway. I didn't care. I didn't care about that. It just felt like Mayuri's feelings caught in my chest. She pawned what was most important to her, probably more important than her own life. And for what? Howdy, fanboy of whatever that word is. How are you? I can't pronounce anything because I'm terrible. You should see some of the things I try and pronounce in this game and fail. But I hope you're having a good day. For the lab. For the bright future of the Future Gadget Laboratory. About a month ago, I must have picked up that flyer somewhere and confidently proclaimed, "We will enter the Akiba Invention Contest!" Chocolate? What about chocolate? Nauga. Interesting. What is a Nauga? Enlighten me. Enlighten me as to what Nauga is, since you're such a fan of it. Simultaneously, commencing the Future Gadget Magic Mod project. But, due to the lack of funding, we likely couldn't make the modifications we had hoped to. Mayuri watched from the sidelines as Dara and I found ourselves at our wits' end. I can see it clearly. That's why she lied about winning the lottery.
まゆりね信じてたみたいよ
Great English, Kursu.
今でも信じてるの秋葉発明コンテストで大賞が取れる
With what?
だって
Our inventions are shite, let's be real. We could only introduce the phone wave to win. Ah, it's a ship. We were talking about ships earlier. One of the questions was, what's one of the weirdest ships you've got? Mine was Brooke and Robin from One Piece, and I think Bradley said one of the My Little Ponies. I can't remember which one, the purple one, and the bird from the regular show. Those were our weird ships. Poop. You'd ship poop with poop? Yeah, those things. Mordecai and Twilight. Toilet and poop. I don't know if that's a weird ship. You know, toilet and poop go quite well together. Stairs? With stairs? Amori and stairs. Well, there you go.
コンテストの対象賞金はちょうど300万。そのお金で必ず取り戻せるって。
Yeah, unless someone buys it within that time. That's how buying and selling things works. With my eyes shut tight and teeth gritted. Am I missing a reference right now? I haven't played Amori. If Tommy was here, Tommy would be able to understand this reference because he likes Amori. But I've not actually played it. He has recommended Amori to me, but I have not played it as of yet. Oh fuck, I missed a line. Frick. I clench, with my eyes shut tight and teeth gritted, I clench my fists so tightly my shoulders tremble. Mayuri believed in us, putting something she valued more than her life on the line for our future. You'd recommend it? Super fun as multiple. I do like games with multiple endings. I'm quite actually chock full with games to play at the moment, but I'm sure we'll run out eventually, and I'm sure we can squeeze Amori in somewhere. But that Mayuri is not with us now. She may be alone somewhere, crying. If so, then there's only one option left to us. I opened my eyes and quietly spoke. Christina. We're sending a D-mail. I mean, I imagine the D-mail we're going to send is don't sell Pockety. Yeah, I've heard about the guilt things from Tommy. Tommy said about the guilt. Not this time. I'm only in this mess because I let you take lead in World Line number 3. That's true. Also, I like the art style. I like the little boy character. He looks cool. He looks well drawn. Yeah, that's what you tell me. You're still the same Makise Kurisu. Do I trust you though is the question. I wonder. That's a good start. What do you plan on sending? For my acting career? Oh fuck, I've got to do voices. With other phrasing? What could have possibly been wrong with my phrasing? I honestly, when I say words, I forget them immediately, so I have no idea what I said. I probably said the most suspicious thing in the world, but I have no idea if I did. Yeah. You gotta let her loose. Let her loose? As she spoke, Kurisu took out her cell phone and started to type. Eventually, her fingers stopped. On the screen, faced towards me, a message was written as follows. That's creative. Caught instead of caught.
Hello guys, you seem to be enjoying the mighty Belgareth stream. Well, there's better out there. Just click my name and find out more.
Bro. What is this? From my trusted mods. From my trusted moderator of I don't know, 6 months or whatever. Advertises himself in my own stream. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. This is...
Should I ban this?
I think you should. I think you should ban him, honestly. Crazy. /ban of the... You have to type out his name though. That's the problem. His name's so fucking complicated. You can never spell the band correctly. This is the ultimate weapon against bands. I like the little. Yeah, I like the little art of the boy character. It's good art. That's. I mean, you know, I didn't say anything weird. I like, you know, I don't know. I like pizza. That doesn't mean I want to put my dick in it. Collab stream, let's go. True. Although we'll probably have to be waiting like 2 years for that, based on how many games I've got backed up right now. If I was on my Switch, I'd show you like the list of games I got ready, but I'm not, and that would be a hassle exiting out of this to show you all that. Yeah, you can't spell his name. It's impossible. The question is whether the past me will understand it or not. Wait, tell me you have a good reason for this. Bro, she's sending it to herself just so she can be involved. What about the time? I know we can't. That's why, I mean, like, I could type out your name if I wanted to, but that's the joke. We're ignoring the fact that you're a modder and saying even if we wanted to ban you, we couldn't because we couldn't spell out your name. Yeah, you're missing the point of the joke. You're ruining my joke. It was a really good joke and now you ruined it. Why'd you ruin my amazing joke? Wait for 2 years for collab stream. Damn, I'm gonna be hell to that. I'm gonna be sitting here streaming in 2 years. Cody's gonna pop up his head and be like, well, look what time it is. Look what time it is, buddy. Oh, look, Braddy's perfectly written that out for me.
Haha, your joke is so funny, rolling on the floor laughing. Are you happy now?
I am happy now, thank you. I know, my joke was amazing. Honestly, thank you. I'm glad you recognized the amazingness of my joke, as you should. Brilliant. Kurusu looked at her watch and spoke. It's a lot of minutes. Before I noticed it, I was dancing to Kurusu's beat. Ah, well there you go. It already muttered. I had already muttered the words of approval. Very well. The die is cast. I called Dara and asked him to set up the phone wave name subject to change the way we discussed. And then a while later... Okay, Daru! Phone wave, name subject to change. Activate! You'd really do that? I mean, I'd be down. I'd be happily down for help in my voice acting. Because I honestly only really like to voice one character, as been shown by this. Which ended up being really confusing when I had to voice different characters for different perspectives. And actually, I saw a really fun stream. I can't remember their name off the top of my head. Oh, what was their name? Their name was... I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna have to ignore chat for a second to remember this person's name. What was their name? I know I follow them, but I can't remember their name. Where's it gone? I've lost it. What? Where have they gone? They had an axolotl profile picture, I remember that much. There it is, Asherlark. The name was Asherlark, yeah. They did they were doing a playthrough of Baz's Inside Story. It was just a one stream thing. There's a one stream thing. But I watched it because Baz's Inside Story is my favourite game. And they were on a call with like 4 people and they were all voice acting different characters. And they looked really fun. You know, I wouldn't not be down to do that. Happily do a nice collab where we can have different voice actors for different roles. That'd be great. And Mr. Bump has to go for guitar. Oh, look at him being productive. Cycling, now guitar. He's more productive than I ever was at his age. I hope your guitar goes well. I hope you end up absolutely shredding. My cousin's good at guitar, actually. You and him need to have a guitar off. Christina! Now! With that one word response, Kurisu press send. Now where are we going? 4.493623. The usual distortion of my vision doesn't stop. The world around me seems to wave as if engulfed by extreme heat. Like the haze that rises from the asphalt under a blazing sun. It won't go away. The refractive index of the world seems out of joint. Or rather, hot. Why is it so hot? Waves of heat rain down on me from above. Oh fuck, that was on fire again. This isn't good. I timidly raised my head to see. Yep, great, the lab's on fire. Well done, Kurisu, you fucking failure. The lab engulfed in flames. Gah! What is this? I caught a glimpse of the flames through the window. They looked stronger than last time. I thought my skin would burn just standing here. Wait. Last time. Could I have returned once again? I've been in this world line once before. Which would mean this is... She is a fucking failure. World line 2. That's absurd. Why? At this point, I wasn't concerned whether this was a so-called near world line or not. Either way, it is certain that this is a world line very similar to the world line 2 that I had previously experienced. I don't know why. How did it come to this? The email sent to Kurisu's cell phone said Teo Mayuri. How does that lead us here? Damn it! But more pressingly, I've got to do something about this fire! Having said that though, it didn't seem like there was much I could do. Rubbernecker. Oh yeah, fucking who cares about our fire? You know, people could be trapped, people could be burning to death, but no, there's a big building near the there's a big building on fire near the fire station. You don't have to deal with that. Leave Ho-In Kiyama to burn to death, I guess. Yeah, she probably did. She probably just poured gasoline everywhere. Oh yeah, to another building. Worry about the other buildings. No one gives a care about my fucking building. I hear the voices of the crowd. But when I look towards them, I see Mayuri in my periphery. Mayuri! Even in the middle of this disaster, as soon as I saw Mayuri, my heart started to dance. But I couldn't run up to her and call her name with joy, because Mayuri was crying. She was sitting on the edge of the sidewalk, her shoulders shivering. By her side was Kurisu trying to comfort her. Kurisu had her arm wrapped around Mayuri's shoulders and was whispering something to her. My feet instinctually carried in their direction. I stand beside the two of them. Is Daru fucking dead? Is Daru in the fire? Voice acting's your hobby? I mean, as a child, I was interested by real acting, and then I realised that I couldn't be bothered to do it. I realised it was too much effort for me to do. I stand beside the two of them. Fun fact in the life of Koki. Sensing my presence, Mayuri spoke as she slowly raised her feet towards me. I'm sorry, I just lit the match for no reason. I really wanted to start a fire. I don't know what to say to her. While searching for words, Mayuri continued. I missed my chance to say. Oh fuck, that's not me. That's her line. Never mind. Apparently, I managed to rescue Mayuri out of the fire in this World Line 2. It's getting more and more certain that this is either World Line 2 or near World Line 2. Mayuri said repeatedly, tears trickling down her face. Without saying a word, I lay my hand on her head and gently stroked her ash-covered hair. Oh no, Daru's alright. Then came Daru. He spoke blankly as he stared at the blazing fire. Why would it? I really didn't. Oh shit, what? Wait, what D-mail was sent? Huh? Hold on, did you just say we went? You meant we as in you and... Madness! I have no memory of attending such events! But how would the D-mail from like 3 hours ago change something so far in the past? Wait, part 2? What's our debt have to do with the sketchbook? It was too much of a hassle to explain. I just told Daru he was right about the carbon monoxide poisoning to get the conversation moving. We're sending too many demos, it's getting too confusing, we need to stop. I'll go as soon as you tell me what I need to know. So what's the relationship between the debt and the sketchbook? Oh, hell yeah. I see. The debt's interest was 0% if it was paid within a month. So if we sold the sketchbook and received the 3 million yen, we could have paid the debt in full. But... Hey, Daru, why don't we try disputing the debt altogether? The assistant told me something to the tune of the loan violated certain interest laws, so we don't have to pay it. I know it is confusing. I thought I had a grasp on what was going on, so I started talking to this man. Daru took out his cell phone and turned the browser screen toward me. The page said the following. No force, no pressure here. We've got you covered. Reminds me of my own mother. Interesting. Daru, are you sure this is a post you want to show me? It says right here that Mondo Shimpan is really fair. I see. I thought for a while. Did I not read it properly just now? I'm so confused. Vertically? So that's how you read it. Now that he mentioned it, I finally realized what I was doing wrong. I look at Daru's phone screen once again, reading the first word of each line. Mondo Shimpan is seriously bad news. They force insurance money, it will crush you. It's seriously bad news. They force insurance money. It will crush you. Interesting. That's not great. Mondo Shimpan is seriously bad news. They force insurance money. It will crush you! Googled. And so it was Kurisu. Decrypting code like this would be a piece of cake for @channel and Chris. Great, I've borrowed from evil loan sharks. Crush. No. I don't want to be crushed. I mean, that's fair enough. I don't want to be crushed either. I really don't want to be crushed. So what should I do? D-mail? Time leap? As I contemplated this, I looked up at the Ohiyama building. It's very much on fire. It seems like the flames have gotten even stronger. I mean, this is bad. Really, really bad. I finally regained my cool. The sketchbook, the debt, the possibility of ending up at the bottom of Tokyo Bay with cement shoes, all are merely minor concerns. Compared to the harsh reality that our precious sanctuary, filled with so many fond memories, was being incinerated in front of our eyes, this obviously takes precedence. Furthermore, beyond those flames lies the phone wave named Subject to Change / the Time Leap Machine. That gadget, a product of mere coincidence, once it turns into ash, we'll never be able to recapture it. Then what should I do? What am I supposed to do? Huh. I know exactly what to do. I growl as I kick the ground. Well, we're gonna run back into flames again. That's smart. I heard Daru's voice behind me, but I didn't have time to respond. I ran up the stairs toward the second floor, looking straight ahead. I opened the door and burst once more into the lab. This would be my third time. No matter how many times I enter this scorching hell, I don't get used to it. Furthermore, the more I repeat it, the fire gets hotter and hotter. The flames have spread wide and now lick the ceiling. I can't breathe. I can barely keep my eyes open. The extreme heat penetrated deep into my core and I felt like my internal organs were being burned. But even then, I couldn't back down. I covered myself in a nearby lab coat and, with all the resolve I could muster, jumped through the raging flames. I cleared the roaring sea of fire and into the development room I go.
Through the fire and the flames we carry on.
Fair banging song. When I tumble in, the phone wave, named Subject to Change, is laying there on its side undamaged. The X68000, the monitor, keyboard and headgear are all there. But in this extreme heat, it's possible that the sensitive internals have damaged. Work, please. I pressed the power button on the X68000 with a prayer on my lips. With a distinctive CRT startup sound, the monitor lit up. This is indeed the will of Steins Gate! I'd already decided what to do. Steins Gate is telling me to leap. Then leap I shall. I will leap to the past. The fire will eventually reach this place, destroying all these machines in the process. But even if machinery could be saved, I cannot simply accept this lab burning down as a historical truth. It'd cause a lot of trouble for the neighbours, and the owner would probably beat me to death. Which is why I must, by any means necessary, prevent this fire from breaking out. And in order to do that, I must time leap. Dude is going schizo? I'm sorry, but I've been schizo since the beginning. I did not consider D-Mail to be a valid option. I'd already sent one in this world line too, after all. It allowed me to prevent the fire, but in its place... lots of blood and death. Anyway, there's no time. The fire is getting distressingly close. I type away at the keyboard, inputting the settings. The time leap destination is 3 hours ago, 180 minutes. Because we still haven't closed the book on Mayuri's kidnapping case, I chose that time in order to give myself enough time to investigate it. The preparations are all made. The 42-inch CRT downstairs should still be on. I already confirmed it on the way up here. The headgear is already on my head. Now all I need to do is activate the time leap machine. I took several deep breaths, then spoke. Okay, let's go! Oh man, no cool speech this time. I was preparing for a cool speech. They let their ketchup fall to the ground. Well, that might be the reality we're about to enter, because it happened before. Ah, oh my god, I almost fell out my chair. My life just flashed before my eyes. I sound like knives in my ears. My head feels like someone stuck their claws in my brain and shook as hard as they could. I clench my teeth until it passes. Then, when the pain eventually subsided, I noticed Kurisu's face right next to mine. A cell phone in my right hand. The sun in the sky to the west. And the hands on my watch point to 4:40. Time leap successful. Don't worry about it. I'll have to tell her all about time leaps eventually. Right now, I needed to get a grasp on my surroundings. I turn to Kurisu and ask,
俺たちは
what are we doing right now?
意味がわからないだろう
You're probably really confused, but just tell me without any questions. I'll explain everything later, so please. Kurisu now has her eyes in suspicion. In realization dawning on her face, she looks directly at me.
いけない。こんなところで立ち止まってる場合じゃないわ。
Go? Where?
決まってるじゃない。マユリの後を追うのよ。
Kurisu runs down the street. I look beyond her to see Mayuri's tiny back slowly moving into the distance. I see. That's one mystery solved. Apparently Kurisu and I were following Mayuri. I rushed to keep stride with Kurisu.
D メールが届いたんだ
You received the D-mail, right? The one that said, Tail Mayuri, perpetrator must be caught?
そうだけど、どうして今更そんなこと聞く
We keep moving as we talk. Looking straight forward, trying not to lose sight of Mayuri.
D メールが届いたんだ
What time did the D-mail arrive?
15時24分。ちょうど橋田と買い出しをしてるとこ。
誰をどうした
And where is he?
だから置いてきたって。残りの買い出しを任せて。ねえ、そんなことよりもこのやりとりは何？
わけは必ず
I promised I'd tell you everything later, right? So what happens later? Did you show me the message?
マユリにもね。
What did you say? I couldn't help but stop. But Kurisu kept going. I immediately ran after her and asked, Why did you tell Mayuri? There's no point in following her.
教えるべきだって言ったのはあんたでしょ。
Was I?
マユリの気配を消していなくなる能力は異常。普通に尾行しても見失ってしまう可能性がある。よってマユリにも伝えておくべき。そもそも誘拐の危機が迫っているというのに、本人にそれを教えなければ警戒のしようがないだ
I
ろう。
mean, I guess that makes sense.
そう言ったじゃない。
Naturally, I had no recollection of ever saying this, but it certainly sounded like something I would say.
じゃあ
So Mayuri is aware that we're following her?
あれが知らない人間の挙動だと思う。
Mayuri stops walking with an exaggerated stretch, turning around to look at us. After confirming that we were still here, she placed her hand to her side, sneakily waving at us, and turned back to start walking again. Sheesh.
一応普段通りに行動してとは言ってある。
Well, in a way, that is normal for her.
さあ、そろそろ教えてもらえる？
I was pretending. How many times have I explained the same thing? If I included all the other world lines, it would be impossible to count. But I have the hang of it now, that I've done it so many times. I know just how to make Kurisu understand as quickly as possible. That said, as quickly as possible still takes quite a while if I start from the beginning. By the time I'd explained everything, the world around me was dyed a deep crimson. Well, a lot of silent walking, I guess. Where the fuck are we going? It doesn't seem that our perpetrator is going to show up.
かれこれ1時間以上も尾行を続けてるけど、接触してきたのはティッシュ配りのお兄さん。
It's pretty bad when she doesn't even get stopped by a maid cafe scout. Kurisu had apparently asked Mayuri to wander around Akiba without any particular destination in mind. Mayuri did as she was told, wandering all over town. Kurisu and I maintained our distance, but continued to follow after her.
ねえ、念のため確認しておくけど、イクスイコール黒マントの連中と考えてもいいのよね。
Kurisu asks as we move. Yeah, they showed up at the lab in World Line 3. I continued. But if they're watching for the right moment to capture Mayuri, they probably won't be dressed like that. They look too conspicuous.
そもそもこんな人の多い場所でマユリを拉致しようとなんてするかしら。
The very moment Kurisu expressed her doubts, a dark shadow crossed the road in the distance. By the time we realized it, Mayuri had disappeared. Huh? I was dumbfounded.
行くわよ、岡部。
Kurisu's sharp voice strikes my eardrums. Damn it! I break out running with my feet pounding the asphalt. We turned into an alley to see a black shadow running along, pulling Mayuri's hand. A black hood! You've got some nerve, you son of a bitch. You think you can run away with Mayuri in public while it's still light out, all the while wearing such a conspicuous outfit? Don't screw with me! I sped up and ran as fast as I could toward the black hood. Little by little, I closed the distance. I've already passed Kurisu, now she's behind me. She yells. But that's hardly enough to stop the black hood. He won't even turn around. He continues to run toward the distance, pulling Mayuri along. Then suddenly, both of them disappear. They'd reached the end of the road and turned right around the corner. I take the same turn. Onto Churodori, the sidewalk is packed with people. When I look down the street, I can see the black hood and Mayuri weaving through the crowd. I maneuver through the crowd and follow. I bumped shoulders with some people, but I didn't care. At this rate, Mayuri will be taken away. The plan will fail, the worst will happen. I chased after the black hood with all my might, pushing those unsettling thoughts aside. Then the black hood suddenly changed course, running across Churodori to the other side of the street. There were no crosswalks or traffic signals, so he took Mayuri and darted through the passing cars. I immediately followed suit. Fortunately, there was a break in the traffic. I ran across to the opposite sidewalk. As I stepped onto the guardrail, I heard a roar behind me, the snarling of a car's engines. I can't help but turn around, where I saw Kurisu in the middle of Churodori. She's running this way, but a car is coming at her from the side. A white van, violently accelerating straight towards Kurisu. Kurisu! Oh fuck. This is the second time that someone has saved Kurisu from being hit by a car. For fuck's sake, Kurisu, look when you cross the fucking road. The Isekai van, no. When I came to, I was on top of Kurisu's body. Sorry. I mean, I am amazing like that, you know. I guess I did. Right before the car was about to crash into Kurisu, I managed to tackle her and prevent the accident. But because my body had moved unconsciously, it doesn't feel like I did anything to save her. Awkward. With tears in her eyes, Kurisu murmured. She repeated her words out of gratitude, trembling with fear. Yeah, and that's nice and all, but what about Mayuri, who has kind of just been kidnapped still? And Kurisu bites down on her lip and wipes her tears from the corners of her eyes. I look away uncomfortably and pull myself to my feet to escape the emotional situation. I quickly scan for the black hood, but he's nowhere to be seen. This is bad, really bad. I'll try heading in the direction that the black hood was going. Right as I started to move, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Something I couldn't overlook. That white van from earlier had smashed into a shop along the road. Perhaps the driver swerved to avoid us, losing control of the vehicle and crashing into the side of the building. We need to chase the black hood ASAP. I know that 100%, but I can't just ignore a situation where someone could have been hurt. Damn it! I shouted with frustration and ran towards the scene with Kurisu. I mean, this doesn't look like the best crash. And they crash into Pizza Rat. Now! Kurisu calls into the building. A voice, slightly that of an employee, responds. That's right, the car. Is the driver safe? Are there any passengers? This is when this is just like a bus of orphan children. We've just managed to kill an entire bus of orphan children. Mayuri's just been kidnapped. We were pursuing the kidnapper, but then I had to save Kurisu from being hit by this van, and we lost track of them, unfortunately. When I tried to peek inside the car, a man came crawling out of the broken glass. I recognized his eccentric fashion. Oh, it's gonna be fucking 4, yeah. This man who seems to be invoked to shine by Gaia himself, or herself, is 4D!
シードだ。なんで知ってんだよお前。
運転していたのはあなた？
見りゃわかんだろ。
Honestly, it was hard to believe that it'd even be allowed to drive. True. Any passengers?
いねえよ。
乗っていたのはあなた一人だけなのね。
だからそうだって言ってんだろうが。
What a relief, no one was hurt. Given the clarity and vigour with which 4 Degrees C is speaking, he must be okay. When I look over, 4 Degrees C's soldiers at the car and can see that airbag is deployed on the driver's side. 4 Degrees C, I don't like you, but I'd like to make sure. Are you unharmed?
てめえ喧嘩売ってんの。
I'll sell you one for 3 million.
上等じゃねえか。
Alright, pay up and we'll have a scrap, let's go. He roared in anger and swung his right hand into the air. In it, he held something like a crowbar. Hey, yo! I said I would for 3 million. Money first, then we scrap. Something like a crowbar. In fact, it was a crowbar. Crowbar, get hit, die. After this succession of thoughts bolts through my mind, I strike the "wait, no need to be rash" pose. Then I speak. Wait, no need to be rash! 4 Degrees C wasn't rash. He didn't even have the time to be rash. Before he could get rash, someone blew in like a hurricane. Let's get him, fellas! 4 Degrees C was tackled to the ground, face up. On top of him was a police officer in uniform. Huh? 4 Degrees C stood still. That is the true succession. Crowbar, get hit, die. Big scary. Despite the cop holding him down, he still squirms around like a little cockroach. Before I knew it, 2, 3, 4, 5 officers were holding him down. That's a bit excessive. Under their combined strength, 4 Degrees C's movements has been completely contained. Several officers pick up 4 Degrees C and begin carrying him away. And then shoved him into the cop car that was parked just outside. Whoops. Kurusu and I just looked at each other. Fortunately, an officer approached us and snapped us out of our befuddlement. Yeah, we meant to do that. That was all planned. It was the officer who first tackled 4 Degrees C.
さっきの人どうしてパトカーに？
あいつは有名なコインロッカー嵐でしてね。窃盗の常習犯なんですよ。
Do you really have 5 officers chasing after one coin locker thief? That does seem very excessive. What a surprise. Not. It seems like something he would do.
大ビル前のコインロッカーご存知ですか？つい先ほども奴はあそこで犯行に、それをパトロールしていた我々が発見しまして、いわゆるそこで当然のごとく逮捕しようとしたわけですが、奴は
だからあんなにスピードを。
ええ、そしてその結果があれというわけです。
Said the policeman as he pointed to the white van behind him with his thumb, and it definitely had nothing to do with the fact that we were jaywalking. Yeah, can you like save? Yeah, Mr. Police, can you like save our friend that's been kidnapped? Then I suddenly realised that the officer was holding something in his hand, something wrapped in a white handkerchief. I casually asked about it. The officer was more than happy to state my curiosity.
ああ、これですか。これは先ほど奴が。
見せてもらえますか？
ええ、いいですよ。
Should you really be showing evidence to 2 random civilians? And with that, the officer opened his palm. I took a look at the item on the white handkerchief in his hand. Ah, the pocket watch. No, this is no ordinary pocket watch. It's pockety. Yes, there was no question about it. This was pockety. Mayuri's treasure. There's no way I could mistake it.
おや、ご存知なんですか？
Yeah, it belongs to a friend.
あ、そいつは弱ったな。逮捕にご協力いただいた。
But it's evidence and it's ours.
証拠品なのでね。 署で保管しなければならんのです。
I mean, like, you don't need to keep evidence forever, especially if they're personal possessions.
ところでこれ壊れてますよね。ガラスのと。
もともとこういう状態だったということはありません。
No way! Mayuri treasured pocketing more than anything. She constantly polished it to a mirror sheen.
そうですか。では先ほどの事故の衝撃
Probably makes it worth a lot less. A burning heat boils up from the core of my body. My head began to swim and my indignation began to white out my vision. I raised my head and looked for the police car that 4 Degrees C was thrown into. But the car had already driven off. Damn it! That 4 Degrees C bastard! Casting in annoyance, I kicked the nearby white van. Kurusu grabs my shoulder to calm me. It didn't stop my anger. He just destroyed Mayuri's most important treasure. Oops. A pocket watch that she selflessly pawned for the future of our laboratory. Huh? Wait. Why was that pocket watch inside a coin locker? I know. Let's find Mayuri and that black hood. I responded before taking one more look at the crashed van. It had crashed into a delivery pizza place. The cracked plastic sign said Pizza Rat in large letters. The black hood took Mayuri toward the station. We ran to the front of the station to try to look for them, but... Yeah, we now get arrested for vandalism and jaywalking, so we technically were jaywalking. No surprise there. We lost sight of them 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry. I blankly followed the movement of the crowd with my eyes, then spoke. Because I got you mixed up in this, Christina. Then Kurusu placed her hands on her hips. That's not on her hips, those are folded, but whatever.
さっきのあんたの話によると、第一世界線の私だから、私は自分の携帯から自分宛てにマユリを尾行せよというの。自分一人で全てを動かしてるだなんて思わないで。それは
How dare you call me a narcissist?
世界のありとあらゆる事象は複合的に絡み合った因果によって構成されている。
Please speak Japanese.
日本語で言った。
Kurusu sighs and continues her thoughts.
とにかく私はマユリのためなら、なぜなら私はラボメンのうちの一人だし、それにあんたの
Sidekick?
ググラカス。
Okay, sorry.
それじゃ
I feel like assistant is less demeaning than sidekick, but whatever. Said Kurusu as she disappeared into the crowd of people. Sidekick. I muttered the odd English word in my head once again, then pulled out my cell phone. When I googled it, there was a number of hits for web dictionaries, so I opened one of them. There, the word was defined as follows. Robin. It's just the single word of Robin. Assistant! Yes! Sidekick. Noun, friend, comrade, partner, assistant. I felt something connect. Or at least I thought I did. Then I started to search for Mayuri at the Black Hood. I scoured through the city of Akiba through and through. And that's broken that again. Every time I get interrupted. Sigh. Where's my thing? There it is. Whew. I hope this storyline ends soon. I'm starting to feel a little bit sick. Well, I was already feeling quite sick, but I'm still feeling a little bit sick. Which is unfortunate. I wish I was not feeling sick. Well, I guess I'm searching again. But in the end, I couldn't find them. That's when I found myself in front of UPX. Of course, I tried calling Mayuri's cell phone again and again, but the only thing I heard was a mechanical voice saying, "The number you have dialed is unavailable." I'm racked with guilt. The plan failed. It backfired. Even if Kurisu came up with the idea in Worldline 1, I still couldn't cope. In retrospect, letting Mayuri loose and waiting for the Pearl Trader to show up was a reckless idea. It's not Kurisu's fault. I'm not to blame. I'm to blame. It's all my fault. I held my head and fell to my knees. When... Ferris! Her voice reaches me. When I look up, Ferris was holding her hand out toward me. I don't know what this means. Confused, I take Ferris's hand and stand back up. Kunyan? Who's that? Please speak Japanese. Oh, my assistant. Hold on, you mean you know her? Oof, what a word line. What do you mean by everything? Ferris ignored my question and just kept going. What is a space-time mail? Yeah, that's helpful. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume she's referring to a D-mail here. Right, okay, yeah, that confirms it. Why are you calling this space-time mails? That's not what they're called. Wait. What exactly are you saying here? Ferris strikes a kitty punch stance and hisses at me. It wasn't frightening, but I folded for a different reason. I kinda get it, it's all one big loop that we have to go through, finding out more about the mails each time. You mean the D-mails are space-time mails that say keep Mayuri in and stop summit or / use no fire? It was hard to believe, but Ferris seemed to know exactly what was going on. To Mayuri? Why? We already tried that in this world line, it didn't work. But fine, I'll hear her out for now. I'm afraid that's pointless. Ultimately, the black-hooded men will show up at the lab. But I mean, I guess that's true. Ferris is exactly right. I felt like the world line was opening up before my eyes. That's right, I should fight. Now I have no choice but to fight. If we return to Mayuri getting kidnapped or the lab getting burned down, no matter what I do, then I have to fight the Black Hoods. As I've thought through this, I became more and more energized. I let out a noble laugh. That's right! That's right, Ferris! I would expect nothing less from the wielder of the Cheshire Break! This was merely a test I had planned for you. I wasn't being indecisive, nor were my spirits dashed. But you knew that, didn't you? Very well! Once more onto the breach! I don't actually know if there are any breaches around here, but fight we shall! Finally, the time has come to unleash this right arm. In the middle of my wonderful speech, I realized Ferris had out of nowhere pulled my phone out of my pocket and started making calls. Hey, Ferris! But, oh, that's not my line. Oh, I do hope this ends soon. And damn, what's the word? She bribed him with rice. 100 plates of it. I was anything but prepared for this. But once she heard those words, Ferris looked at me and said, Ferris places her thumb on the send button of her own phone. Right as she pressed it, I caught a glimpse of the words written on her screen. They said the following. No going out. Lab is safe. Fight blockades. And off we go. Back to 4.530806. Well, it's not quite the same as we've been before, it's close. My vision trembles, and as does my brain. In spite of the usual dizziness, it was easy enough for me to tell where I was. The Future Gadget Laboratory. The lab's development room, in fact. In the corner of the room sat Mayuri. She's holding her knees with headphones in her ears. She seems to be listening to music on some sort of portable music player. Mayuri's here. Beneath my relief, an idea began to surface. Mayuri is listening to music. But that would mean that this is World Line 3. Though I could discern that from the contents of the mail that triggered the reading starting at the time. No going out. Lab is safe. Fight blackheads. So, as soon as my dizziness faded, I took action. First, I ran into the common room and checked out the window. Car is there. There was a black SUV, but no black hoods. Of course, so they're standing right outside the door. Oh. I swallow and head toward the door. Just to make sure, I look through the peephole. There they are, as I predicted. The fisheye lens gives everything a surreal, distorted effect, making their already strange appearance look more bizarre than terrifying. I unconsciously step away, then place my hand on my chest and compose myself. Yeah, please fight, quickly. Ferris's voice suddenly echoed in my ears. That's right, I have to fight. When are you afraid of Hoin Kiyoma? I already know that eventually they kick down the door and force their way in. So this time I shall make the first move. Okay, bring it on. Oh, the blood will come from... I got it. The blood will come from the future gadget because we made it so that it doesn't congeal anymore and it looks really realistic. I'm going to spray it all around the room to make it look like a massacre happened. Okay, bring it on. I've got it, I predicted. I still my resolve and unlock the door. And I slowly twist the doorknob. From there... I kick the door into them. I looked down at my feet. 2 men in black hoods were crouched down, holding their nose and stomach. Odd. In my mental simulation, a single blow had a domino effect, sending all 5 of the black hoods tumbling shamefully down the steps. But I only managed to knock down 2 of them. The other 3 are uninjured. Oh god, that's creepy as fuck. Shit. A bead of cold sweat drips down my face. And for some reason, silence hangs over us. I couldn't tell through their masks, but it seemed like the three of them were struck dumb by my surprise attack. Which means it's time for a follow-up attack. Or so I thought. Before I could take action, the black hood on the far left let out a subwoofer level roar. Oh fuck, they're from the hood. Huh? Is that a Kansai dialect? Hiroshima maybe? I'm not sure, but that loud weird voice was enough to send shivers down my spine. I guess these guys really are part of some creepy organization. Henceforth, the black hood that screamed will be referred to as number 1, the one standing to his right number 2, and to the right of him number 3. And the black hoods that were knocked down will be 4 and 5. Here I am. While I was momentarily shocked, I couldn't let the likes of this noisemaker take me down without a fight. If I were a frill-neck lizard, I would expand my collar and intimidate them. Unfortunately, I'm not a frill-neck lizard, and my collar does not expand. To make up for this deficiency, I displayed my Form 16 mantis stance. Then I roared. Adio!
What?
What? Yes! It's working! It's working! In response, I switched to Form 17, Flying Crane Stance. A graceful towering stance with widespread wings, resembling the red-crowned crane found in Kushiro Nature Park. With that, number 1 reached inside his cloak. He pulls something out. And I pull out my gun. It was a single long sword. Hey! That's cheating! He swings at me with a roar. Why has he got a sword? Like, just have a gun. I swiftly dodge his strike by leaping back. Then I tried to strike the no need to be rash pose, but it didn't seem to work on him. He pressures his way inside and into the center of the room. Then 2 and 3 follow behind him. One asked with a deep voice. I respond. Sheena? Who are you talking about? I have no idea who is this Mayuri. It was at that moment 2's line of sight was pointing in the direction of the development room. No. As though he sensed my worry, 1 narrowed his eyes behind his mask and spoke. 1 takes a step forward. What do I do? What can I do? At this rate, Mayuri will be taken away. Well, I get that, but he does have a sword. You know, am scared of a sword, I can't lie. Ferris's voice re-emerges in my ear. Well, how do I fight? How do I approach this? My opponent is carrying a long sword. There's no way I can win against a sword unless I have one myself. And I'm in the lab. How am I supposed to find a... Get the lightsaber. Yes. Sword.
Fight, fight, fight.
1 has already moved right in front of the development room. He's but a moment away from passing through the curtain. I have no time. There's no time to think. I instinctively rush towards the cardboard box and draw out a sword stashed inside. I take a stance and shout. How careless of you to allow me to arm myself, 1! Witness and tremble before the master of Seishin-Zanma swordsmanship! Here I come! Yeah! My poor voice. My attempt was so pathetic, I was at a loss for words. I charged and swung at 1 with my sword, but his longsword easily knocked my blade away, shattering it to pieces, which I suppose was to be expected. After all, in my hands was future gadget number 6, Sialum's Saber. I couldn't believe that I thought I stood a chance with this thing, even for a moment. Call it temporary insanity. I was running mainly on instinct when I grabbed the gadget. It's all over. Our annihilation ensured. I have no means of retaliation. My entire body is soaked with an unpleasant amount of sweat. On the other hand, one was staring at the red liquid that was spilled all over his hands. Yes, I used my psychic powers to blow up your brain. Unlucky fella! A blade works. That means just like the sword I bestowed upon Lukako, the demon sword Samadari, the longsword is artificial. Looking at it closely, the sharp edges of the blade were rounded off slightly. There was another thing I realized. The attack with the Sialum Saber wasn't meaningless. It's clear from the way these guys are freaking out. But they really don't like their hoods getting dirty. My intuition told me as much. This is my chance to strike back. I again ran toward the cardboard box and grabbed a bundle of Sialum Sabers. At the end of each saber is a cap. I took off the caps and started to throw them one by one. But I am a Pac-Man, I'm just not in my costume. Needless to say, I didn't stop. I didn't let up in my retaliation and continued to relentlessly to carpet bomb them. Komima? I thought I heard something like that, but I continued unabated. I continued to throw the uncapped Sialum Sabers one after another. These are probably just Mayuri's cosplay friends or something. The three of them tripped over each other as they ran outside. But I still hadn't yet discerned their identities. I chased after them, refusing to let them get away with this. I ran down the stairs and come out in front of the CRT workshop. The black SUV had already driven off. I can see the car get further into the distance. Neither 4 or 5 were at the entrance. They must have started the engine and waited. Damn.
It was Justin Kerprank.
I wanted to chase after them, but there's no way I'd be able to catch up to a car. With nowhere to vent my anger, I could only stand there fuming. Then, someone spoke behind me. I turned around to see a black hood! You bastard! I looked at the black hood with fury as I roared. Shut up! Don't say another word! I aimed at his torso and charged. We tumbled onto the ground in a tangle of limbs. By the time we stopped, I was on top of him. I immediately take the mounting position and raise up my right arm. Give it up, Black Hood! No, you haven't given up yet. And even if you have, it's too late. The seal on my right arm has been broken already. Even I am powerless to hold back its rage! Here it comes! Tremble, right arm of mine! I call upon our contract to issue my command! Engulf thyself in pitch black hellfire! And then suddenly... Okay, I'm beating up our cosplay friends. A voice rained down from above my head. When I look up, Mari was leaning out the window and shouting at me. You think? I roughly tear off the man's mask. Underneath was... You're... Oh, it's Fubuki's brother. Fubuki's older brother, Nakase Shinichi, is a cosplayer who works at a pawn shop. Through her connection with Fubuki and her mutual interest in cosplay, Mayuri and Shinichi have been close friends for a while. About a month ago, Mayuri came to visit Shinichi. Her purpose? To raise money. In order to fund for the Future Gadget Magic Mod project, Mayuri asked Shinichi for 3 million yen. Needless to say, pawn shops don't lend out money for free. So as a pawn, Mayuri offered up Pockety. But despite the retro appeal of the pocket watch, there was no way it would be valued at 3 million yen. So Shinichi decided to lie. This is indeed a beautiful watch. It's definitely worth 3 million, but because it's valued so highly, I'm afraid you'll need to wait a little. Then Shinichi ran to the bank, withdrew 3 million yen from his account, and handed it to Mayuri. In other words, he paid for it with his own money. By the way, Mayuri doesn't know this yet. She still thinks she borrowed the 3 million yen from the pawn shop. Damn, this guy's a goat. Like, 3 million's a lot. Like, it's not as much in dollars, but you know, it's good for like 10k or something. 10k dollars. Or around that. Mayuri wasn't around when Shinichi told me this. We told her that we needed to have a man-to-man conversation, emphasis on the man, and sent her home. Where we just said women not allowed. Misogyny, man. But back to the issue. A month passed, leading us to yesterday, August 12th. Mayuri didn't get the 3 million yen from the lottery, but by pawning Pockety. After obtaining this information from Daru, I visited Shinichi's pawn shop with the 3 million yen I had borrowed from an Ondo Shinpan apparently. I handed the money to Shinichi and asked him to return the pocket watch. The pocket watch was not at the pawn shop. Shinichi was holding on to it himself. Shinichi, afraid of being caught in his lie, accepted the money and told me, "I'll return Shina's pocket watch personally, so please stand down on this matter." I obviously wasn't going to back down after being asked. It seems we argued for 2 or 3 hours after that. But prompted by a certain statement, I eventually returned home empty-handed. Then came today, August 13th. Shinichi was supposed to meet with Mayuri to return the pocket watch. Their meeting time was 4:30. He waited for Mayuri, but she never showed up. Which isn't a surprise. My past self had kept Mayuri in the lab after reading those 2 D-mails. He couldn't reach her by phone or email. Her phone was dead, so there was no way to contact her. Normally, one would think I'll just return it tomorrow or the day after. But not Shinichi. After I hammered that pocket watch is very important into Mayuri into his head over and over the day before, Shinichi wanted to return the pocket watch today no matter what. And that's why he visited the lab. Mayuri had told him before that she was closely involved with the place after all. Okay, I'm beginning to understand. In a nutshell, you came to the lab to return the pocket watch, right? Is that any different? Because 4 Degrees C stole it. No matter. By the way, who are those people? Your friends in the black hoods? In fact, why are you dressed like that?
妹の吹雪とは違うサークルですけどね。で、あのコスはあさってのコミマ向けにシーナが僕らのために作ってくれたもので。
I thought as much, which means I've done wrong by Mayuri. I slightly start to regret throwing all that fake blood all over the costumes. But there's no need to dress like that in the town there, or do you wear those costumes on a daily basis?
もちろん違いますよ。
So why would you?
僕らはここに来る前にシーナを探してたんです。僕がみんなに声をかけて、それでみんなで手分けして秋葉の街を捜索することにしたんですけど、だったら向こうから見つけてもらえばいいじゃないかって、そういう。
That's why you dressed up so conspicuously?
目立つっていうのもありますけど、 あのコスはシーナが作ったものだからすぐ目に留まると思ったんです。
Your Ghostbusters jumpsuit, yeah. I can recognize that anywhere.
このラボへ。
What about that car?
ロングソードを持ってたやついたでしょ。あいつ頭に血が上ると手がつけられなくなるタイプで、ご存知だと思いますけど。
Above our heads, countless stars were already twinkling. For some reason, the sky looked prettier here than in any other world lines. Oh, this must be nearly done. Alright, well, shall I take you-know-what back?
例のもの、
The pocket watch, of course.
それがここにはないんです。
Why?
今夜どうしても知人のお通夜に。
Fuck. I offer my sincerest condolences, but what does that have to do with anything?
もう今日はシーナには会えないと思ってたんです。約束の場所には来ないし。でもどうしても今日中に懐中時計を返したくて、だからロッカーに入れました。ライビル前のコインロッカーに。
What? Why would you do something like that?
だから言ったじゃないですか。今日はもう会えないと思ったからですよ。会えないけど絶対に返したかったんです。今日中に。そんな時どうすればいいと思います？
Couldn't you just drop by the lab earlier? Shinichi removed his cell phone from his pocket. You could have just taken this pocket watch to the lab and left. I mean, what were we going to do? Take a pocket watch? Shinichi removed his cell phone from his pocket.
もしもギリギリまで探してどうしてもシーナが見つからなかったら、もちろんまだ未送信ですけど、下書きの状態のものが。
I peeked into the phone screen that was faced towards me. It was written as follows. Sheena, you know what? In the DB locker, number 005, the key is taped to the bottom of the locker. A familiar sentence. There was no way I could forget. This is... Hey, tell me one thing. What is your cell phone's mail account name?
どうしてそんなこと？
いいから頼む。
Just please, tell me.
I chain his snake です。
That's a weird fucking name. What does it mean?
そのアカウント名の意味は
I'm asking what that account name means.
意味なんて特にありませんよ。ただのアナグラム。僕の名前は中瀬真一。
I see.
アルファベットを並び替えると I chain his snake になる。
Interesting. It's like I am Lord Voldemort. it's like the little wordplay Voldemort does in the Chamber of Secrets. Tom Marvolo Riddle becomes I am Lord Voldemort. This bro's literally done the same fucking trick. He's read too much Harry Potter. It felt like I was completely exsanguinated. Dried up from my toes up. At least the same time I heard click, the sound of things fitting together. These numerous fragments came together and shone in a dazzling flash inside of me. So that's what it was. At that moment, everything made sense. In a snap, I could see the full picture, the entire sequence of events. Then Kurisu entered the lab. She looked from me to Shinichi and back again with puzzlement.
この人誰？
Shinichi and I decided to go to the coin lockers in front of Daibaru. And there's one thing I wanted to confirm. I told Kurisu to wait at the lab. If my prediction is correct, I would need to send a D-mail. Without anyone at the lab, the phone wave, named subject to change, wouldn't be active. So I asked Kurisu to take that post. Kurisu pressed me for an explanation, but the moment I said, I'll tell everyone you go to net cafes. As soon as I said, I'll tell everyone you go to net cafes, she swiftly fell in line. And here we are. Now regarding the issue, I wanted to confirm, the moment the moment the coin locker came into view, I believed I had my answer. Because the door of the bottom left locker, number 005, was severely deformed. But I still need to check. I peeked inside the locker just in case. Empty. Nothing inside. Shinichi was quite flustered, but the sight did not surprise me at all. It is an unfortunate turn of events, of course, but it's one I had already anticipated, so the shock isn't as severe for me. Would you like me to tell you what happened? 4 Degrees C nicked it. I do. An unsavory man named 4 Degrees C forced his locker open with a crowbar. Then he stole the pocket watch inside. He's an infamous coin locker breaker, apparently. Well, they did catch him in World Line 2. But that's probably not possible in this World Line 3. That pocket watch has probably been sold off somewhere by now. As frustrating as it is, it's hard to deny that in World Line 3 the possibility that Mayuri will be reunited with Pocket T is incredibly slim. World Line 2 is similarly frustrating. There, Pocket T is in police custody as a piece of evidence, but will eventually be returned to Mayuri, and the lab burns down. Unfortunately, that Pocket T is still in a sorry state. The crash had done severe damage to it. So is there a way to get Pocket T back unscathed? Well, obviously World Line 1. There is, but only one. I need to return to World Line 1. How? By sending an email, of course. From whose phone? From Ix's. From Shinichi's phone. Who is the recipient? My cell phone. When will you send it to? I should receive it at 4:03. What's the message? The message that Shinichi showed me earlier, just as is. The email will automatically delete any character after the 36th single byte character after all. For Sheena, you know what in DB locker. Number 5, the key is taped to the bottom of the locker. For Sheena, you know what in DB locker. Number 5, the key is taped to the bottom of the locker. For Sheena, you know what in DB locker. Well, to be fair, I'm deleting a space before in DB locker to keep the entirety of the last word in the email. I'd feared returning to World Line 1 because of the risk that Mayuri will go missing. But that's no longer a concern, because I am now aware that Ix is no kidnapper. The answer lies within the email that my sidekick sent. That disturbing mangle of letters. It was all one big misunderstanding. Oh, you. I borrow Shinichi's phone, open up the saved message from earlier, and set the recipient as the phone wave name subject to change. I've already informed Kurisu of my intended time and recipient. What I need to do is call her. However, her cell phone is currently incapacitated due to dropping it in the toilet at the net cafe. So I thought I would call the Brawn Tube workshop, but I never saved its number into my phone. So I dialed 104 and asked to be connected directly. Oh, Jesus. She didn't die. We just saw the blood and assumed that she died because she's died in other games. So we just assumed that blood meant that she'd died in this game as well. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I said, due to a complicated turn of events, I need to talk to Kurisu in the lab ASAP. Would you do me a favour and go upstairs to get her for me? To which the owner replied, fuck off. He put me on hold where I was greeted with the classic hold waiting music for release. Rock and fucking roll out of control. Well then you know you've got to rock my cock. You fucking suck my fucking cock. Cause when you rule, You fucking school all of them fools out of their jewels. Cause if you think it's time. Oh no, it's not the same as the Tenacious D one, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. While I waited, I turned my attention to Shinichi. Hey Shinichi, I have 2 things I want to ask. Is that okay? Oh. If, and this is only hypothetical, if while you were searching for Mayuri, let's say, the guy with the longsword was the one to find her, what would he do? Yeah, of course he would. Fucking. And then what? What if you already placed it in the locker? What would you do if the locker looked like this? I'd probably cry and apologize. Said Shinichi as he wiped the end of his eyes with the back of his hand. Peralise is still playing. Without taking the phone away from my ear, I asked the next question. So what was that certain statement? When I asked, Shinichi looked up at the night sky, stretched out his arm and formed a fist as if he was trying to grab the stars. Then he responded, "Oh shit, he loves her. Love confession." Honestly, he looks a bit skinny and malnourished. I don't know. Do you think we should let this guy have Mayuri? Would he be a good father for Kaguri? I hear you. Oh yeah, fuck all the blood. I forgot about that. It's fine, we'll switch world lines so you won't have to do that. I inadvertently looked down at my body. My clothes are covered with stains from the fake blood and my hands are all red. I must have gotten covered when I jumped on Shinichi. Alright, let's go. Nothing, I'm fine. And let's go! Phone wave name subject to change. Activate! I'm so glad this is nearly over. Shortly after, I can hear the sound of sparks through the phone. Also, I must say, prompted by those words, I take Shinichi's phone and press send. I'm not saying I'm glad this is over because I'm not enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm just feeling very, very sick. And I would stop, but I'm so near the end. I just want to finish it. When the dizziness faded, Kurisu was standing in front of me, but I didn't have time to explain. Without saying anything, I rushed to the locker in the bottom left corner and stuck my hand underneath it. I felt something hard against my fingertips. It was affixed to the bottom of the locker with a piece of tape. I peeled it off and take a look at what I found. Sure enough, it was the key to the locker. Number 005 is engraved upon it. Yes! I'm committing a crime, Kurisu. I'll tell you all about it later. Just watch. Leaving the flummoxed Kurisu aside, I did what I had to. I insert the key into the locker 005 and twist it. And unlock with a nice metallic snap. I take a few deep breaths and close my eyes. Please be there. With that wish in my heart, I take a hold of the locker door and open it. Inside, there was the pocket watch. Mayuri's most precious treasure, Pockety. And of course, Pockety was completely unscathed. Sparkling clean too, just the way it should be. Did you see that 4° C? Such is the might of my all-seeing eye! Once I launched my beautiful tenor voice toward outer space, I take Pockety out in the locker and put it in my pocket. As you have likely discerned by now, the reason my property was left unharmed in World Line 1 is because Kurisu and I maintained our vigil in front of the lockers. As a result, 4 Degree C couldn't do his job and break into the locker. Come, let us go, Christina! To our base! The lab, of course! Ix is no kidnapper. He's just the pawn shop working cosplayer. In other words, a cosplaying pawn shop worker. Don't worry about Mayuri. All of the crimes have been solved, or perhaps I should say, what we thought were crimes were non-criminal from the very beginning. Let's just go, at Channeler Chris. We must report back to the lab. Never. I will never stop calling you that. And with that, all of the mysteries are solved, my friends. Fine, then I shall enlighten you. It all began at 3:18, when Mayuri's cell phone retrieved a single D-mail. To be access to the whole explanation. In other words, the answer to everything is hidden within Mayuri's cell phone here. But unfortunately, the phone's battery is dead. We cannot read what's in the mailbox right now. Daru, there should be one of my chargers back there. Can you get it? Now's not the time to refuse! Said Daru as he tossed the charger over to me. After catching it, I connected it to Mayuri's phone and stuck the power plug in the wall outlet. Since Mayuri and my phones are from the same company, we can use the same chargers. That should do it. Not so fast, Christina! No need to rush. Everything is in order to it. Just as Yamamura-sensei says. I don't fucking know, Kurisu. It doesn't matter. I won't talk for much longer, so please listen. The D-mail in question had 2 mysteries. One is its content, the other its sender. I'll talk about the sender first. I'll cut to the chase. The one who sent this email is you, Christina! The person behind the mask was actually Christina! Zoinks! That's crazy, isn't it, Scoob? Yes, you did. In World Line 3, that is. And the account name you used to send it was Sidekick257. Yes! I've told you over and over that that's where you sent the D-mail! Yes, that one. Kurisu and I
Like
saw
Zoink
the...
Scoob, I think I need to smoke some weed now.
Yep, Shaggy, you go smoke your weed, boy. Like Zoink Scoob, I'm a drug fiend. Pass the Dutchie to the left-hand side. Kurisu and I saw the D-mail together here in World Line 1. That's why Kurisu knows the content. Poor Daru. Don't worry, Daru. It seems Christina's having some trouble following the story too. It's more confusing than Danganronpa. It's time travel, man. It's how it be. And we honestly overcomplicated it massively from what was a really simple story. If we'd have just not time-leapt at all, everything would have worked out. Anyway, back to business. I want to talk about the account name. Christina. What does this sidekick mean in English? Assistant, indeed. So, what are you in relation to me, Christina? Yeah, fuck you. My assistant! Open your eyes, World Line 1, Christina! You thought so in World Line 3 at least, right? If not, you wouldn't name your account Sidekick now, would you? You mean to say that Sidekick257 isn't your account? That's what I thought. Then I ask, when is your birthday?
7月25日
Ah! We've rumbled her. Break that down into numbers. Days first. Damn, she's going the James route, putting her birthday in her username. Imagine.
だけど私そんなアカウントのメールアドレス
Of course, because this is the disposable email the World Line 3 assistant created at a net cafe.
行くわけないでしょ
Yeah, sure you wouldn't. Why lie? Going to a net cafe is hardly shameful.
そうだ普通にリア充とかスイーツとかイケメンとかも
After Dara's explanation, Kurisu started twirling her hair with her fingers and said,
じゃあ行ったの
No mind about it, you told me yourself back in World Line 3. Is it over yet? Anyway, back to the disposable account. When exactly did my assistant create it? I imagine it happened during the 3 minutes she had me wait. Oh, I know all of this. I figured it out myself. In World Line 3, Kurisu told me to wait for 3 minutes before setting the phone wave named subject to change as timer and activating it. Then she hung up on me. Because she called me from a public phone, perhaps she immediately went back to her booth, got on the computer, and proceeded to create the disposable account. Within 3 minutes, the account was made. Kurisu then wrote the email and sent it to the phone wave, named subject to change, with the delayed send function. This is not a feat an ordinary person could achieve, but considering Achan and Chris's skills, it may be feasible. One cannot forget that Kurisu is a prodigy who, at the age of 17, had a work published in a major science magazine.
でもどうしてわざわざ PC からメールを送る必要
While Line 3's assistants had broken her phone, apparently by dropping it into a toilet at a net cafe. Oof, indeed. Anyway, my assistant made another peculiar move during all of this. She initially instructed to set my cell phone as the email's recipient, but after the electric discharge had begun, she called me to tell me to switch it to Mari's phone instead. This is closely tied to the reason why the email was encrypted.
暗号化されてた
Indeed, but not digitally. No, this was a very analog form of the encryption. It was worded in a way that only a select few would understand. Why did she do it that way, you ask? Because she initially intended to send it to my phone. This email, like many others, contained a word of instruction, telling me to do something. If I had received the email as originally intended, I probably would have carried out the instructions in the email without fail. But what if I was caught by an enemy after I had done so? My phone would be taken and my foe would check my inbox, learning immediately what I had done, which would defeat the purpose of sending an email in the first place. So my World Line 3 assistant decided to encrypt the message.
つまり岡部だけに読めて敵には読めないメールにすることによって万が一敵に携帯を奪われてもある指示が簡
That's correct.
じゃあその後送信先をマユシに変えたの
Simple. By sending it to Mayuri, she can all but ensure that her word of instruction wouldn't be leaked, even if she hadn't bothered with something as time-consuming as encryption. World Line 3 assistant realized this after she readied her message to be sent on delay. That's why— oh fuck.
さて
That's why she rushed to call me and have me switch the recipient to Mayuri.
それじゃあそろそろ聞かせてもらいましょうか答えとやらを
But of course, I assented, powered on Mayuri's phone, and opened the inbox. I proceeded to display the encrypted messages in order, primarily for Daru's sake, because Kurisu had seen them once before. This is the encrypted message that was sent for me. Needless to say, I must know how to decipher it. And similarly, my assistant— fuck. And similarly, my assistant who wrote this message must also know. So that method, do we decrypt it? What cipher do my assistant and I share? It didn't dawn on me until Daru told me something in World Line 2.
僕がなんかエロいこと言ったん
It definitely wasn't erotic.
ちなみにこの書き込みを見つけてくれたのはマキ 込み言うでも見せたっしょ。その時はスラスラと普通につまり
Because Kurisu's an channeler. You don't get it. I had to read it vertically.
そうか。3通に分かれたメールをサンドイッチみたいに重ねればいいのね。
Mayuri will be kidnapped. Hide in Ghost. Then all you have to do is read it vertically from the left, letter by letter, then it becomes this. Myra will be kidnapped, hide in Ghost.
ラッチーさん、
迷彩ボールに
隠せ。
I gave them a small nod and speak. Receiving this email at 15:18, Myra must have immediately, well, maybe not immediately, but she must have informed me that she received a suspicious message. Myuri and I were here at the lab at the time, after all. Knowing her, she'd probably say, hey, Ocarine, I got some weird email, and show me her phone. Then, after decrypting the message, I proceeded to carry out the instructions. Oh my god, how long does this go on for?
ってことは
マユリはずっと。
Yes, she was here the entire time. I walked towards the corner of the room and pulled the charger cable from the wall.
フォカヌポーン未来ガジェット7号機広角起動
Demonized Edition.
魔改造したからそう呼ぶことにしたんだ。
ねえ、そんなことよりも。
Let's open it up and find out. Hey Daru, how do you open it?
単純に上に持ち上げるだけだ。
As instructed, I lifted up Ghost and the ball. And there was Myuri. It's like the end of the Hangover films. Like, they find Doug at the end in some like weird place that they should have known to look all along. Myuri lay on a comforter on the floor, curled up like a cat. She's sound asleep.
やれやれ。
Are we done?
だけ心配したのは何だった
でも、なんだかとっても。
かくれんぼしてる最中に押し入れの中で眠っちゃったこと。
とにかく、よかったわ。
Yeah. That one word was all I had left in me. If I tried for a second, it would have loosed tears from my eyes. For a while, we just silently looked at Myuri's sleeping face. And while I listened to her sleeping breath, I found myself wondering, why didn't I hide Myuri inside Ghost in the Ball in World Line 2 or World Line 3? Encrypted, likely Demo would have reached Myuri's phone at 15:18 in both of them. So why didn't I follow the instructions? Following is merely my hypothesis, so I may very well be mistaken. But has both World Line 2 and World Line 3 play out like so? First, Myuri sees the Demo at 3:18 PM. Then Myuri, with a puzzled her and several hums, tried to work out the garbled message on her own, putting all of her intelligence into the task. During this time in both World Line 2 and 3, I received the keep Myuri in to stop kidnapping Demo. That would be at 3:20, just 2 minutes after Myuri receives the encrypted Demo. Seeing this Demo, I likely found myself so caught up in the imminent threat that I didn't give Myuri the chance to say a word about her Demo. And on Myuri's part, listen, Myuri, you are to under no circumstances leave this place. Stay in the lab, got it? I imagine after hearing my stark warning and seeing the fire in my eyes, she found it difficult to bring up a strange, seemingly unrelated message. 4 minutes later, 3:24, I receive a phone call from Kurisu in World Line 2. Of course, the call was in regards to the email that she received, which said, "Tell Myuri, perpetrator must be caught." In World Line 3, on the other hand, at 3:22, I received the Stop Summit, use no fire, lab will burn email, which is shortly followed by Myuri receiving the No Going Out, Lab Safe, Fight Black Hoods email at 3:26. These consecutive emails must have thrown the lab into chaos, costing Myuri the opportunity to tell me about the first message she received. And these emails are limited to their respective world lines. This world line 1, there was never a situation where we received multiple emails consecutively, so Myuri probably had more leeway to approach me. Hey, Karina, I got
Get
a weird
some water.
message. I have some water with me. Oh, come on, I'm so close to the end. Can you just end it? I don't need any of this shit, man. I understand it. I also wouldn't have been in a panic, so I'd be able to focus on decrypting the message. Therefore, this is the result. That's why I didn't hide my Uri in World Line 2 or World Line 3. Then maybe it's more accurate to say that those two world lines were produced because I didn't hide my Uri. And while I was thinking about all that, my Uri began to stir and slowly opened her eyes. Come on, just end it. The three of us looked at each other and grinned. EA. I restart the microphone. Alright. What's with that soulless tutoroo?
だってまだ起きたばっか。
岡部、あれは
Oh, that's right. I pull you know what out of my pocket, place it in my Uri's palms, then close her hands over it. My Uri seems puzzled.
あれこれ怪獣だ。
Yeah, we did, just for you. Then she jumped up to her feet.
でもこれどうしたの？
It fell from the sky.
本当かな？なんだかよくわからないけど。
How? Oh my god, did we actually just gaslight her into believing it fell from the sky that easily?
おかり。
My Uri gently placed its pockety against her ear. She looked enchanted as she listened to it tick.
ねえ、ところでまゆし、本当にあの迷彩ボール？
どうしてそんなこと聞くの？
もしかしていなくなっちゃったんじゃないかって。
いなくなる？いなくなる？まゆしはずーっとここにいるもん。だってまゆしは。
Well, technically, I know we're on 4% divergence, so she probably won't die. But we haven't reached the 16th yet, her, decreed death date.
まゆしはね、おかりんの人質だから。
Oh, thank the heavens. Oh, they've dragged it out at the end a little bit. Which, usually I wouldn't mind, because, I love all the content. It's great. I'm just feeling sick. I want to get to bed. Oh, I'm glad it's finished. But I'm also sad. Credits. I think I can survive seeing through the credits, especially since I don't have to talk. And this will probably get copyrighted for YouTube anyway, so it's not like I need to talk for the video. What are you confused about, Cookie? Also, I should have just drank more water sooner, because the water did make me feel quite a bit better. I thought it was the water that was causing the problem though, I can't lie, so that's why I stopped. Very repetitive. That was the point. We got into like a whole loop thing, and it was all really unnecessary because Mario was fine the whole time. But all the D-mails that confused us at the beginning linked in at the end. It was quite clever. A bit confusing, but quite clever. And interesting. And would have been a lot more enjoyable had I not been feeling really sick. Oh right, yeah, it's just a little bit of roleplay they do. The backstory is Mayuri, when Mayuri's grandma died, she kept reaching up to the sky, and Okabe was scared that the sky would take her, so he held her down and said that she couldn't leave because she was his hostage, because it was a line that someone said in a show that they both liked. And then in saying that, he could feel safe that she wasn't going to vanish into the sky for no apparent reason. Yeah, it's very emotional. It's their backstory. I like this song. I like all Steins Gate music. But we're missing a video and I believe some pictures. So it may still be that we have a story left to do. But Lord, am I not doing that today. That'll be another time. Lovely. It's a nice short credit song too. Usually they're quite long. I appreciate it being a short credit song. Especially in the scenario. It was a nice song and it was short. Oh fuck! Of course there's more. Like, I'm happy there's more, but also let me go to bed. I will forgive all of your transgressions if it's Kagari or Maho. Who could it be at this hour? I headed towards the door and slowly opened it. And who should appear but... oh, Kiryu Moeka! I honestly don't give two shits about Moeka, I can't lie. You're not forgiven. I desperately checked the time. 7:53. It wasn't exact, but it was close to the time that the Rounders raid our lab. Don't they do that on the 16th anyway? No, not now. I can't breathe. Yeah, I feel you, mate, I can't breathe either. I was frozen, unable to move a muscle. Then Daru came up from behind me. Moeka's using full sentences. Is this not the shining finger I know? Oh, she's actually speaking. She's got voice lines. Crazy. It's continuing, I know. Daru cast a glance towards the corner of the room. When I found his line of sight, I saw it. Soaked in Dr. P. Oh no. The thing I spilled Dr. P all over. That someone bought for 3 million yen. No, what they were supposed to buy for 3 million yen. I ruined it, I forgot. The sketchbook. Oof. 07 the 3 million yen. 07 the 3 million yen. We'll forever be poor. Suddenly, my petrification was lifted. Right as Moeka disappeared out the door, I quickly turned around. I ran as fast as I could into the development room. I'm gonna send a fucking D-mail, aren't I? Kurisu asked as she chased after me. She has a look of concern on her face, which probably means it was a rhetorical question. No, I'm gonna time leap and then I'm gonna lose my memories and we'll go back into the loop. I stood in front of the X68000. Only one remains unsettled. My 3 million yen debt. Well, it's so easy. If I don't, I'm going to end up in the depths of Tokyo Bay for sure. I can only think of two ways to earn that money. One is to win the grand prize in the Yakiba invention contest. And the other is to return to the past and prevent myself from spilling Dr. P over the sketchbook. Please end. Like, this is cool and all, but please end. How foolish of you to ask, Christina! Which will I choose? That's not for me to decide! I leave my fate to the will of Steins Gate! Oh my god. El Sai Kongru. Oh, thank god it's over. Okay, it wasn't too long. Awesome. Awesome. Quick check of the extras. What have we got? Clear list. Wow, that's so cool. It appears we're missing one though. Crazy. CG library. Yeah, we're definitely still missing a few CGs. Crazy. Mail list. Hey, and I 100%ed it, so I don't need to stay and do that again. Awesome. And then quick check of the start. A new world line was discovered. Yay. 100%ed that one. Oh, there is an I1. Bradley was right. Bradley is mega intelligent. And I'm all F4ing and going to bed. Oh my god. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry for the quick end, but I'm sick and I need to stop. Good night. Hope everyone has a good night. Bye.